Thank you for being here. My name is Jonathan Lawrence. I'm director of the Clough Center for the Study of Constitutional Democracy, and I'm also a professor of political science here at Boston College. I'm delighted to welcome you to our 2025 Spring Symposium on Envisioning Democratic Futures. This symposium is the culmination of our engagement with this theme all academic year, with the participation of student fellows, faculty affiliates, guest speakers in seminars, and with many hundreds of attendees at public events on campus. Many of our fellows and faculty contributed to the newest edition of the Clough Center Journal, with essays addressing how their own research in a range of disciplines, including English, psychology, sociology, journalism, economics, and philosophy, helps us consider the ideas and practices of democracy. And they illustrate the many dimensions and necessary conditions of democratic life that deserve a place in our discussions of politics and law. When choosing this year's theme more than a year ago, we were entering the largest election year on record. More than 2 billion voters were called to the polls across the world's vastly different democracies in a variety of circumstances and under varying degrees of freedom. And it has continued into 2025 with recent national elections in Germany and not far off in Poland and in Iraq. And as we are now aware, the elections have resulted in a lower share for incumbents across the board almost uniformly. Now, on the one hand, you might say this is simply political alternation at work, and political alternation fosters a dynamic democratic environment. And moreover, abstention levels are generally low. So why then choose this annual theme? Why are alternative futures in need of envisioning? Well, this is in recognition that democracies set for themselves ambitious goals of self-improvement with an emphasis on process rather than on outcome. They are in a constant state of becoming, of envisioning a more perfect or more democratic union. For over 2 centuries, modern democracies have been works in progress, defined by the evolving struggle to earn rights and gain access to participation, to debate vigorously the role of the state and the reach of public policy. But to envision democratic futures is also to acknowledge some ominous reversals. Until recently, democracy was a regime type with long-term growth prospects. The third wave of democratization confirmed this trajectory, seen here on a map comparing 1977 and 2017. Now, the optimism that this trajectory created, this sense of democratic destiny, was reinforced by the end of the Cold War, from the so-called unipolar moment, which left the US as the lone superpower, through the spread of democracy to Iraq and Afghanistan, up to the Arab Spring in North Africa and the Middle East. But despite occasional successes, any notion of democratic inevitability, or indeed even for enthusiasm to promote democracy, has been tempered by recent developments. The number of countries classified as democracies by the Economist Intelligence Unit's index fell from 79 in 2006 to 71 today. The number of authoritarian regimes and democratic autocratic hybrids rose from 88 to 96. And the share of the world's population living in a democracy is also shrinking, and this is only partly a function of demographic trends, because there has also been a downward trajectory in the quality of democracy. Now, this began in some of the newly democratized nation states in the latest wave, but it spread to the more established democracies. Now, democratic backsliding ultimately can lead to the fundamental violation of the separation of powers, or the failure of checks and balances in our constitutional order. Half of all countries in this index, 167, registered a meaningful decline in their democratic index score last year, which is far more than the small number that showed improvement. And recent elections have revealed a familiar clash of philosophies, of ideologies, but they've also illustrated the contest of raw power, of economic resources and communication strategies that can reinforce or undermine democratic institutions. But the inherent volatility and vitality of our institutional arrangement does not detract from the sense that we are living through a critical juncture. Some observers see evidence of widespread crisis, institutions are not delivering results and needed services, and rampant polarization can be understood, as Craig Calhoun put it, as an index of the political establishment's failures. Our contemporary woes do seem to confirm a distinct pattern. After 2 steps forward of democratization and the spread of voting rights and of other civil rights and freedoms in 1776, in 1848, after World War I, after World War II, after 2011, the world's democracies have frequently experienced 1 step back. However, we should not overstate for just how long our democracies have been firing on all cylinders. Women have been voting for only 2 to 3 generations or less in democracies around the world. In the US, although the 15th Amendment prohibited racial discrimination in voting rights in the 1860s, the Voting Rights Act dates only to the 1960s. Across Europe, many religious minorities have had a relatively brief experience of religious freedom, dating only from the 1970s. So this has multiple implications for how we evaluate the democratic crises of today and how we reflect on our own imperfect pasts. Nostalgia for earlier eras has ominous implications for anyone who was not considered a full citizen with inalienable rights at the time. Just 80 years ago, today's most robust democracies still excluded huge swaths of the voting age population. Now, while electoral processes may run imperfectly, today there is a much higher baseline from which our contemporary systems are backsliding. Global surveys since the pandemic have tended to conclude that although most people prefer democracy as a system of government, they are increasingly frustrated with how it functions. The reasons they cite are the economy, immigration, education, healthcare, infrastructure. And all of the grand coalitions, democratic fronts, and cordon sanitaire cannot hide the cost of this disconnect between electoral outcomes and policy outcomes. So the recent success of populist parties is the expression of this declining trust and the failures of representation, and above all, of the thirst for political alternatives. So political alternation, again, as such, is healthy, especially when governing parties are unpopular, but there's a danger, as one recent study put it, that democracy has become the incumbent in an age of anti-incumbency. One is reminded of Churchill's adage that democracy is the preferred regime type, only insofar as it is better than all those other forms of government that have been tried from time to time. Well, we have growing evidence that voters are in one of those exploratory moods. Of course, democratic constitutions were written and amended in response to tyranny and unaccountable government against British, French, and other European monarchies, and then in the aftermath of Nazi and fascist and later Soviet authoritarianism, whose techniques were influential across hemispheres. On the other hand, there is a powerful effort now underway to question that consensus and to reinterpret the lessons learned under illiberal regimes, and to suggest instead that it is the errant liberal foundations of our constitutional orders which are in need of correction. So how do we know when the safeguards are gone, when constitutional democracy is under threat? Is it always, by definition, too late? When does customary political confrontation, the deployment of rhetoric and persuasion, and the push and pull of democratic jockeying for power become a crisis? How do we know when we're out of the partisan forest and into a new and different thicket? And alternatively, how will we know when we're on smoother terrain, when we're out of the woods? This is what we're here to consider at this spring symposium. And I would like to acknowledge the work of the Center's many student and faculty fellows in bringing this event together, as well as the support of Gloria and Chuck Clough, who are the benefactors of this center, and who demonstrated real prescience by calling attention to the importance of studying how democracies work more than 15 years ago. I'd also like to welcome our provost, David Quigley, whose academic support has encouraged the center to thrive. We are graced with an impressive lineup of scholars and practitioners to consider how the world's democracies are evolving. Speakers include international experts, esteemed scholars who have collectively written a room full of books and articles, and many of whom traveled far to be here, and we're very grateful for that. Our speakers will also include key officials who have been active in promoting democracy over decades, including today's keynote speaker, Mr. Brett McGurk. But first, we will tour the state of democracies around the globe, from Europe and the United States to the Middle East, followed by the first keynote address. And tomorrow, as you see, we will approach the issues thematically, engaging with the role of artificial intelligence in shaping tomorrow's democracies, and a discussion of the cultural and economic foundations of democracy, concluding with another final keynote by another senior official who has served in multiple administrations. Our first session today, which asks how democratic will Europe be tomorrow, will merge directly into our second session on the United States, followed by a coffee break. So that concludes my introduction. Thank you again for being here. I'd like to now invite Professor Mary C. Murphy and our first panel of speakers to the front. Professor Murphy is director of the Irish Institute at Boston College and a professor of political science. Please join me in welcoming our speakers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is that better? Thanks very much, Jonathan, for that opening and for setting the scene, I think, for what's going to be a fascinating set of conversations today and tomorrow. And thank you for the invitation to moderate this discussion. I may be the director of the Irish Institute, but my background is very much in the study of the European Union in particular, and of European politics specifically. So it's a real pleasure to be here with today's panel to discuss the theme of how democratic will Europe be tomorrow. So the objective of this particular panel is to try and judge and analyse the extent to which the state of the state of democracy really in Europe today. And we're going to be teasing out some of the key challenges facing Europe as a continent, the European Union itself, and also the variety of states across the European continent. And some of the themes we'll be touching on will be the growth of the far right with its particular characteristics, not just in terms of the size of their vote and their growing appeal to voters across the European continent, but also the fact that they're now in government in several European countries and the consequences of that for politics on the continent. I remember when I first started teaching European Union politics back in the early 2000s, it was very, very, very unusual and really quite rare that there would be a party of the far right in government in any European state. So it's really quite marked. We have 6, 7, 8 European countries now where the far right is participating in a coalition government. But we'll also be touching on the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the fallout from that, the conflict on the borders of the European Union, and all of the concerns about Russian intentions towards its near neighbourhood in Europe, particularly Central and Eastern Europe. We'll be looking at the impact that has had on the European pivot, particularly in relation to enhancing Europe's security and defence. We'll be talking about disinformation, the various and varied security threats which are now facing the European continent. We'll be looking at the implications of the migration crisis in Europe as well, and touching on concerns about the rule of law in certain European member states. And of course, events here in the US, particularly recent events and the election of President Trump's administration, have also been consequential back home in Europe, particularly in relation to security and defence. So we'll be touching on all of these themes today. So I'm going to introduce my colleagues on the panel. And first up to speak, you were telling me how to pronounce your name? And Jutta. That's right.
You got it.
I got it. Jutta Clausen is the Lawrence A. Vine Professor of International Cooperation at Brandeis University and an affiliate at the Centre for European Studies at Harvard University. Her background is in comparative historical research with a focus on Western Europe and North America. She's published a number of books and she's written extensively. 2005, The Islamic Challenge, Politics and Religion in Western Europe. In 2007, she received the Carnegie Scholars Award in support of her research on the integration of Muslim faith communities in Europe. And perhaps maybe most, I've got my pages mixed up. Yeah, there we go. It's the book on cartoons, isn't it? That's the one that's most significant.
The cartoons that shook the
The
world.
cartoons that shook the world, which was a very significant publication and one which was accompanied by a degree of controversy at the time. She's working on a current research project focused on the study of transnational jihadist terrorist organizations that operated and still continue to operate in Western Europe and North America. And she's been involved in the development of 2G computational social science methods for the analysis of networks and recruitment processes in that regard. Western Jihadism, a 30-year history, was published in 2021. And I do want to mention your article on tweeting the jihad. This is an article that has had more than 70,000 unique downloads, and it was listed as the 5th most impactful article in medicine, health, STEM, and social science, with a woman as the lead author over the last 5 years. Up after that, we have Spencer Boyer, who is a partner at DGA Albright Stonebridge Group, a founding member of that group and based in Washington, D.C. And Spencer leads the firm's national security, defence and aerospace practice. But prior to joining DGA ASG, he served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policy, where he was responsible for managing the day-to-day defence relationship between the US and NATO, the EU and more than 40 European countries. He also served in both terms of the Obama administration and was the National Intelligence Officer for Europe in the National Intelligence Council. He served as the Senior Analyst and Subject Matter Expert on Europe for the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and as the primary bridge between the intelligence and security policy communities on European affairs. And since 2013, he's been an adjunct professor at Georgetown and has held senior roles with other academic institutions and think tanks. And then finally, our speaker is Bryn Rosenfeld. And Bryn is an associate professor of government at Cornell University and a co-principal investigator of the Russian election study supported by the National Science Foundation and the National Council for Eurasian and East European Research. Her interests lie in the comparative political behaviour space with a focus on regime preferences and voter behaviour in non-democratic systems. Also published extensively, The Autocratic Middle Class, published in 2021, explains how middle-class economic dependence on the state impedes democratisation and contributes to authoritarian resilience. And it's won a list of awards. Many awards. I won't list them all, but we should certainly note how successful a piece of work that was. She's also won the Francis Rosenbluth Best Paper Prize and a Best Article Award, Honourable Mention, and Juan Lintz Prize for Best Dissertation at the APSA Democracy and Autocracy section. Prior to Cornell, Bryn was an assistant professor at the University of Southern California and a postdoctoral prize research fellow at Nuffield College at the University of Oxford. So we have 3 hugely impressive colleagues who are going to speak to us on this particular theme, how democratic will Europe be tomorrow? So I hand over to Jutta.
Thank you.
There. Any political scientist does it take. Here you go, Spencer. I'm going to leave it to you.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. That's very sweet. Thank you, Jonathan, for putting together this very impressive program. I look forward to hearing more and learning today. I'm honored to begin the panel's discussion by talking about the future of democracy in Europe as I see it. Let's say that the future of democracy depends on first keeping Europe out of war, and second on preventing the rise of the far-right extremist parties. The parties are not all cut of the same cloth, but they share as a group anti-liberal values, and I use the term liberal here in the sense that we use it in Europe, not in the American sense, as a commitment to liberty and personal rights and equality. The party leaders feign adherence to the rules of the old game, but the parties actually thrive on violence and intimidation. Let me add also a couple other what your political scientists call hard constraints, namely the fragmented European institutions and persistent low growth. Growth is important because it generates jobs and opportunities, but also because growth provides income for states and helps balance budgets and helps promote innovation, and all of which is sorely lacking in Europe for the past several years. We are looking at a nightmare scenario right now in Europe as Emmanuel Macron is stepping up to take a leadership role in reconstituting what has been called a coalition of the willing, a new cooperative defense alliance. Marine Le Pen may still very well become the president of France at the next election in 2027. Marine Le Pen comes from what is now called the National Rally, but this is a party that has deep roots in Vichy France and has been notorious for its pro-Russian attitudes and anti-EU sentiments. Le Pen has changed her position and no longer advocates for France to leave the European Union. But imagine if Le Pen becomes the president of France. This might happen at the same time as Donald Trump will be campaigning for his third term. So that is not a good picture. It may not happen, but some of the things we thought wouldn't happen have happened. So there are optimists who will dispute my depiction. Yesterday, the Financial Times reported that the Nordic countries, along with the UK, France, and Germany, are engaged in informal, but what they refer to as structured talks about a managed transfer of the financial burden of defense to European capitals, and announced that they were looking to present a plan for the annual NATO meeting in June, and estimated that this process would, leading to European defense autonomy, would take 10 to 15 years. That may well be too late. There are also significant obstacles to that process. I won't talk about them because I think my fellow panelists will address that, both later on this panel and later today. The remarkable thing is that it is a transformational shift that optimists claim will really boost not just the European economies because of all the projected investment, but also forward European integration. That's the optimistic view. The I was amused to see a Bank of America economist telling Bloomberg that Europe will be the structural growth market for the next 10 to 15 years as it develops this new own military-industrial complex. So in other words, the grass is now green on the other side of the Atlantic. It is a very big pot of money that is may be released. So the German Bundestag voted to release the so-called debt brake and promised to create a fund of 500 billion euros for defense and security expenditures, which also includes investment in infrastructure, and since the Greens are part of the coalition behind it, also investment in climate policies and remediation. At the same time, the European Union initiated a loan program of 150 billion euros. So together this amounts to 700 billion, and I am not actually adding in investments promised by the Netherlands and by other states, by Poland, etc. So for comparison's sake, I looked up how much what was known as the Marshall Plan from 1948, also known as the European Recovery Program, was valued at. And in today's dollars, it is valued at $133 billion, which, when we translate euros to dollars, means that the promise from the EU loan program and the German investment is about 6 times the European Recovery Program. That is a lot of money. But I think there's lots of reasons to still be skeptical about this actually happening. Institutional lockdowns and domestic politics will continue to clog up coordinated European responses to problems that no one state can resolve on their own. And we are seeing domestic and foreign policy becoming intertwined in a way that we haven't seen before. Vladimir Putin has become a domestic actor all over Europe. It is abundantly clear that he intends to reset Russia's borders and reclaim what was lost with the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. And there is a handout that was distributed when people walked in, and if you don't have it, maybe you can get it. But the handout provides a list of known incident from 2024 of Russian sabotage in Western Europe. And if you look at it, it is an impressive list, and it added up, it paints a picture that I think has not received enough attention. Russia operates through intermediaries and maintains plausible deniability, but there is no doubt that Russia is already conducting a shadow war in Europe. It ranges from digging up cables in the Baltic Sea to targeting IKEA stores and shopping centers with arson attacks. And in all of these cases, it has been actors that have been paid for by the Russian Secret Service, but have, generally speaking, not themselves been Russian. So between the there's also, I should say that my list is incomplete. I haven't included cyber attacks. I haven't included bribery of EU officials. I haven't included the relationship with the pro-Russian parties, the pro-Putin parties in Europe, which includes Marine Le Pen's National Rally. It also does not actually address directly low-level sabotage. This is a picture from before the German election of efforts to clog up cars with building foam, put it into exhaust pipes, which happened in Germany, and people have been arrested. It turned out they were paid by Russia. It also includes anti-Semitic graffiti in Paris, also carried out by people who were paid by Russia. So let's add that to what is already an issue that is not of Putin's making, but is highly divisive in Europe, namely immigration. The immigration issue is, like the global situation, a hard constraint. It is something that no country can deal with on its own, and it crops up in seemingly disparate incidents that are not immediately linked together, but in fact are part of the new reality that we live in today. There is no, we call it immigration crisis, but it is not a crisis. It is a structural fact of globalization. And there is no solution. It cannot be solved. It is a problem that can only be managed at most. And the management that we have seen this far has violated many human rights norms and will probably continue to do so. It is, in that way, an undermining influence on the post-war liberal consensus about what democracy is about. I should say finally that the populist right has successfully bundled a bunch of unrelated issues into a semi-coherent ideological position: anti-EU, pro-Russia, and anti-immigration. It is starting to look like a new political movement that has challenged the center-right, but also the center-left. The social democratic parties are pretty much extinct today, which means that the consensus foundation for further European integration has shrunk within domestic politics. And that shrinking promises to clog up European institutions. So let me finally add that this so-called new coalition of the willing, the new Cooperative Defence Pact, obviously must include the UK, but say EU loan for defence contractors and for building up this defence industry will not be available to the UK. The political institutions that are being drawn up here are even more complex and chaotic than what we are used to see in Europe. In the absence of a general domestic consensus along the lines of the post-war consensus, the prospects of this working out are dim. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Jutta. That paints a very, well, I suppose pessimistic, but also sinister overview of some of the developments we've been witnessing recently in Europe. I'm going to hand over to Spencer, who's going to speak more so to the security and defence component.
Great. Well, thanks so much, and it's really terrific to be with you all. And as was noted, I'm going to focus on European security, even though this is a panel really about European democracy, and I'll tell you why. Similar to the reasons that Jutta mentioned, it's not because I'm a security and defense focused individual. I've also done a lot of work on the democracy and rule of law front. It's been marbled into my career, but it's because security really does underpin everything. Without security, you don't have prosperity. Without security, you don't have thriving democracies. And I do believe that the greatest threat to European security right now is coming from external actors like Russia, not just through traditional threats to border security, aggression that we are seeing in Ukraine, but also through, as Jutta mentioned, a number of hybrid means, through cyber attacks, through disinformation, through political interference. And so the state of the transatlantic security relationship is very relevant to the future of European democracy. So I thought I would talk just a little bit about the Munich Security Conference, which I attended, and then talk a little bit about sort of U.S., Russia, Ukraine discussions, as well as the future of European defense and democracy. I'll try to keep this as tight as I can. Given this frame, I thought that the Munich Security Conference in particular, and for those of you not familiar with it, it is probably the most important global security conference in the world. And I think it did set the stage for a lot of the developments that have happened over the past few weeks in the transatlantic relationship. As I'm sure many of you are familiar with, during the conference in February, the real highlight of the conference, or at least the thing that got the most attention at the conference, was Vice President Vance's remarks. And I can certainly say it was the talk of the conference afterwards in public settings and private settings, as well as, I think, having taken the air out of the room in many instances. And, I'll be a little bit of the messenger here, even though I have my own sort of personal feelings. I do want to give a little bit of the flavor of how folks were viewing all of that. For those of you who didn't follow it closely, the Vice President focused on immigration and free speech in Europe, largely berating Europeans for falling short in these areas. And again, while I might personally disagree with his premise that these were the greatest threats that Europe faces right now, I would be putting it mildly if I said that Europeans were deeply disappointed by his remarks, both in substance and in, I think, style in many ways. I think this is for a few reasons. First of all, the Vice President didn't address the biggest elephant in the room from, I think, most people's perspective there, of our posture towards Russia and Ukraine, given a lot of the apprehension folks had going into the conference. But I think even more broadly, the fact that the Vice President didn't really seem interested in talking about traditional security matters in a way that Vice Presidents have, and Vice Presidents are the ones who often go as the highest ranking official from the U.S. government, in a room full of some of the greatest security experts around the globe in the private, public, and nonprofit sectors. And the Vice President's remarks certainly riled up Europeans, not only at the venue, but across Europe, who felt the need to, in some instances, correct the record. I think on one end of the spectrum, probably the most positive way of looking at the remarks were that they were misleading in some instances, but many felt that they were flat out false in many instances, and felt the need to push back both at the venue as well as elsewhere. But I would say that there was a real feeling of a missed opportunity as well for the U.S. To not talk about all of the work that we are doing together as an alliance, as a NATO alliance, what some of the challenges are ahead for us in that venue. But in particular, the fact that the Vice President did seem to be lifting up far-right groups, the fact that he met with the AfD, or the far-right party in Germany's co-chair during his trip. I think that a lot of folks came away feeling that this was an effort to promote a bit of a far-right culture war, and that there wasn't really an interest in U.S. security cooperation with Europe going forward. I think there were some other kind of flavors that were kind of floating around at the conference. Certainly, there were a lot of questions about our decision as a country to pull back USAID and dismantle it. A lot of head scratching as to why we would do this, as it's the greatest soft power tool that we have in the world. And so just people in public events as well as privately just not understanding that, as well as, of course, some feelings of hypocrisy from the United States in terms of finger wagging on free speech, when what they're seeing across the Atlantic, and it's gotten probably more intense in the news over the last few weeks, what they perceive as stifling of free speech at universities and elsewhere when it's speech that we don't agree with. And that was one of the Vice President's big points, is that Europe is not doing enough to bring in voices that it doesn't agree with and is trying to stifle them. And then finally, the fact that there didn't seem to be an understanding that European security is U.S. security, and that has been a bipartisan agreement for decades, and we seem to be moving away from that. Since that time, I would love to say that things have gotten better in the transatlantic relationship, but I don't believe they have. I think that they've gotten a little bit worse. certainly, let me start with saying I think we're all appreciative that the president is trying to end the bloodshed in Ukraine, the war on Ukraine, and I think that's an important frame that sometimes has been lost. But I think that among our European allies, as well as others around the world, the way we have done it has raised a lot of questions and it has produced a number of concerns. Obviously, the disastrous meeting between President Zelensky and President Trump in the Oval Office got a lot of headlines, as that was very unprecedented. But even the process for having these discussions has raised a lot of questions. The fact that we started with Russia, the aggressor in this conflict in Saudi Arabia, raised questions. The fact that we put a lot of demands on Ukraine, and as a side note, certainly in the last administration there was the saying nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and not only was Ukraine not at the table in these initial discussions, but neither were our European allies that have done as much or more in terms of support for Ukraine than we have. But the fact that we've asked a lot of Ukraine from the start in negotiations and saying, hey, you're going to probably have to give up the aspiration of becoming a NATO member. You're probably going to have to give up territory that's been seized. You're going to have to give up hundreds of billions of dollars of critical minerals and rare earths to pay us back for our support. You're not going to have potentially U.S. security assistance on the ground to keep the peace. That, I think, caused a lot of concern. The fact that Europeans have seen us echoing a number of talking points that have come out of the Kremlin relating to who was the aggressor, and saying that somehow Ukraine was the aggressor and Zelensky is a dictator. That certainly has caused a lot of concern. And siding with Russia at the UN, I could go on in this list, but what I think Europeans have come away with is a belief that our approach to both Europe as well as Ukraine is going to be very transactional. The fact that we look at support for a critical partner and that it is in the U.S. interest to support Ukraine as something that we need to be paid back for, I think has given people a view that this is a different kind of mentality that we're going to have going forward to go along with other overtures or other demands that we've made, including trying to get Greenland and Canada as sort of part of U.S. territory. Last thing I'll mention, and then look forward to hearing Bryn's comments and getting into a discussion on European defense. And Yutta's mentioned a number of the things that I was going to say, but I think that, no, it's all great. I fully agree with all of it. But, I think that certainly Europeans are viewing this current moment is different than in the past, and believing that we are not going to be the kind of security partners that we have been, and that they are frankly are not going to be able to rely on us. So a number of the things that Yutta mentioned, certainly the EU white paper that came out this week that outlined plans to create a more integrated European defense market and mobilize up to $800 billion over the next 4 years is being debated. Germany just this week having the Bundestag approve historic plan to loosen government borrowing limits and defense spending that could allow for up to $1 trillion in debt-fueled investment in defense and infrastructure over the next decade, and a $500 billion fund for defense and critical infrastructure, opening up billions more for Ukraine has been in the news. France, having Macron say that he intends to raise defense spending to 3.5% of GDP, up from 2.1%. UK also saying that it will raise its defense spending from about 2.3% to 2.5% in the next couple of years, and more after that. You have countries like Poland that are talking about going up to 5% of GDP, and the Baltic states also being very ambitious. This is all great. But I do think that it's really important to remember sort of how we have worked together as a transatlantic alliance, and I think there's a lot of disinformation out there about Europe somehow, never having been on board for its own defense, and needing somehow this hammer approach in order to get them to do anything. And again, this has been something I've been working on very closely over the last several years. So, in terms of context, you look at 2014 when the Wales Defense Pledge was made to have everybody get up to 2% of GDP. At that point in time, you had 3 countries at 2%. Now we have 23. Back in 2014, you had about 1.43% of GDP among Europeans on defense. Now it's over 2%. We've had increase every single year through Democratic and Republican administrations on defense. We've had an increase of about 30% over the last 3 years on defense coming from Europe. 2% is looked at as a floor, not a ceiling, across the alliance. We have worked to develop a transatlantic defense industrial base so that we can work more smoothly, more efficiently, with better interoperability, more cheaply together. And as I was mentioning, in terms of support for Ukraine, if you look at lethal, non-lethal assistance, training, support for refugees, Europe has actually done more directly for Ukraine than the United States have, but the two are really important together. The last point I will make is really kind of following on that. What I hope in this administration is that through wise counsel of those who are transatlanticists, through tremendous civil servants that I had the pleasure of working with, that we start to move away from this transactional approach and start to understand that the Transatlantic Security Alliance is not charity for Europe or anybody else. It's in our deep national interest to work with Europe. That we need a credible deterrence, and the United States will continue to be a very important part of that to push back against Russian and other aggression, and we need those stable democratic institutions and governance systems within Europe for our own security. In the end, there's really no global challenge that we can face I think, in an effective way without our strongest allies and partners in Europe. And they need us as much as we need them. Democratic societies make better partners across the board, whether we're talking about economic issues or security issues. And our support for others is not something that I think we should view as having given something that we need to get some transactional replacement for. It's in our interest. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Spencer. I think the disconnect in the transatlantic relationship is as pronounced as ever I remember, and you've really told that story very well. And I think, though, it also speaks to the divergence in value systems which we're now seeing within that transatlantic relationship, and maybe that's something we can tease out in the discussion. I'm going to hand over to Bryn Rosenfeld now, who's again going to speak about Russia.
Thanks very much to Jonathan for the invitation to be here, to Mary for the kind introduction. I'm delighted to be with you all. So the question before us on this panel was, how democratic will Europe be tomorrow? I want to make 2 main points. The first is that I wouldn't bet on authoritarianism in the long run. And the second is, sadly, as we've already said on this panel, the short run looks considerably more uncertain. Okay, so a couple of reasons why authoritarianism is a bad long-term bet. All right, as authoritarians concentrate political and economic power in the state, they tend to hobble productivity over the long run. That can make many of the strategies that they use to co-opt, support, pay off their cronies very difficult to sustain. So you could look at Russia's war economy for an example of this. While we have to recognize that there are parts of Russia's economy that have done pretty well, where wages have been rising because there was a labor shortage as men went off to war, the concentrated gains in the war economy also make that economy brittle. So autocracies tend on average to grow as much as democracies, but with much higher volatility in boom and bust cycles. Right? So that's the first reason not to bet on autocracy in the long run. The second reason has to do with the dictator's information problem. Right? That means that no one wants to bring a dictator bad news. Information just doesn't flow well in these systems. That affects the sort of advice that the leader gets. You could think about Russia's miscalculations at the start of this war. You could think about the incentives of Russia's military leaders to report on the progress made in a decade of expensive military modernization. Yes, sir, the troops are ready to go, sir. We can do this, sir. Right? Lack of transparent decision-making, little independent expertise, right? All of this, right, leads to man-made crises in these systems. Important information never makes it to the top, so dictators are prone to making decisions, making disastrous decisions, and to being the very last ones to know that they're about to be overthrown. So these are just a couple of reasons why I wouldn't bet on authoritarianism in the long run, and in fact, autocratic leaders lost elections or were forced out of power in the last decade in no fewer than 21 countries, according to the political scientist Steve Levitsky. And in a showing of democracy's resilience, the world is more democratic today in terms of numbers of democracies than it was in the 1990s. And that's at the height of America's post-Cold War hegemony. Okay, I'll spend more time on this one. A few reasons why the short run looks considerably more uncertain for democracy in Europe. First, we know that Russia's meddling in Europe and is keen to derail democracy, as you've heard already on this panel, and that's especially where democracy is given voice to strong pro-Western orientations and economic integration that makes Russia feel threatened. Take, for example, Russia's efforts to influence Moldova's last presidential election and its latest moves, cutting off gas supplies, to influence the country's upcoming parliamentary election. Or consider Georgia, the Republic of Georgia, where the pro-Russian Georgian Dream Party claimed victory in last October's parliamentary elections after a campaign that, aided by widespread Russian disinformation, played on citizens' fears of war with Russia and derided opponents as belonging to the global war party, mimicking Russian propaganda. Right? International observers said the vote was rife with vote buying, fraud, and intimidation. Or take Romania, where the courts annulled a presidential election just last November in response to accusations of Russian meddling in favor of a staunch NATO critic and opponent of continued support for Ukraine. So Russia is already meddling in ways that sharply raise and exploit societal tensions and to the detriment of democracy across Europe. Second, at the same time, we know that unfortunately it's harder than we'd like for citizens to detect undemocratic actions by aspiring autocrats and autocratic parties, and harder still for them to act collectively to punish such actions, particularly in polarized societies. A little too close to home. This is a problem we face here in the US and abroad. It's a problem that nearly every European government is now concerned with, and it's a real concern for the future of Ukraine, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. Citizens who express strong attachments to democracy often appear to compromise on it. Why is that? Appears puzzling at first glance. Right? Usually, they do so to get the policies, the other kinds of policies that they really want, or because they rationalize politicians' efforts to promote undesired policies as democratic, and opponents' efforts to promote unwanted policies as undemocratic. Right? They find ways to perceive these actions in keeping with their partisan preferences. This difficulty of discerning and diagnosing and then opposing effectively an autocratic turn makes the short-run prospects for democracy in countries where Russia is meddling tirelessly to promote aspiring autocrats more uncertain. Third, in Russia, meanwhile, some of the same factors that make autocracy a bad long-term bet, like the concentration of state control over the economy, which has been rising, of course, since the start of the war. They create a dependency on the Putin regime, which limits, for now, the size of Russia's anti-war coalition, at the same time that it weakens and divides its potential democratic coalition. Now, the way negotiations to end the war are going now play right into this, giving Putin a stronger hand than he deserves domestically. So President Trump has tried to entice Russia to the negotiating table with improved relations, with sanctions relief. And of course, Russians are eager for this. From the start of the negotiations in Saudi Arabia, Kirill Dmitriev, head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, has taken a very active role at Putin's behest, right, pitching business opportunities that would come with normalized relations. So while we're all focused on the deal that Trump is trying to do with Putin to end the war in Ukraine, it's quite plausible, in my view, that for Trump, that's the little d deal, while the big D deal is the one to reopen Russia to US investment in the energy and natural resource sector with new opportunities for American business. I say that's the idea that Trump has. The reality, I think, is likely to be quite different. The problem with this strategy is that it's likely to give Russian elites a compelling reason to remain patient. This is particularly true for the not insignificant group that thinks the war has put Russia's economy in peril and has seen businesses built over decades destroyed by the war, particularly as opportunity and investment shifted decisively to the military-industrial sector. The war economy has exacerbated labor shortages and inflation, corporate bankruptcies are rising, and this is not lost on Russia's business elite. So far, this group has stayed quiet. No one wants to be the first to stick their neck out. And you remember in the early months of the war, how many business elites fell out of windows, right? So the way the talks are going now, however, gives this group every reason to remain patient longer. Okay? Every negotiation, of course, needs carrots and not only sticks, but the way things are going underestimates the US position. And it gives Putin new tools to consolidate domestic backing. Still, for a strongman like Putin, the threat of a democratic opposition will always be existential. What does that mean? It means that a successful example of democracy in a neighboring country, Ukraine in particular, which, remember, Putin has said Russians and Ukrainians are like basically the same people. It's something to be avoided, even at great cost. Besides us on this panel, Russia is also concerned with the future of democracy in Europe and in Ukraine especially. Fourth, and this will be my last point, it's not just the threat of a new Russian invasion that Ukraine and its supporters should be concerned about. They should, of course, be concerned about that too, but they should also be concerned about aiding the Kremlin in another of its goals, destabilizing the democratically elected Ukrainian government and undermining Ukraine as a functioning democracy well beyond a ceasefire or settlement. This is certainly not aligned with American interests. The Kremlin has made very clear that it finds unacceptable that the regime in Kyiv remain in power. Okay? It's not hidden, this fact. Remember, this is the government that Putin, without justification, has called Nazi. And again, Russian leaders fear that if Ukraine survives as a democratic state, it could inspire Russians to want the same for Russia, that it will encourage Russian domestic opposition. Even if Ukraine is forced to give up the significant portion of its territory, think about what's left, right? The Ukrainian state that remains, having given, if forced to do so, this territory that Russia currently controls, or even territory that Russia claims but doesn't currently control, right? What's left of this Ukrainian state will be more anti-Russian, thanks to Russian war crimes, and really the whole war itself is a crime, will be more European in orientation and more determined than ever to build functioning democratic institutions. Even if NATO is off the table, Putin won't be satisfied, because the direction that Ukrainians manifestly want their government to take is not going to be acceptable to him. The US needs a strategy that anticipates this. Ukrainians certainly appreciate this. They're rightly concerned that a peace agreement which calls for new elections would provide an opportunity for Russian propaganda campaigns or covert actions to put in place candidates that would be more pliant. If Trump wants to win the peace, it can't involve a set of concessions or rhetorical positions that tempt the Kremlin to follow with further efforts to dictate Ukraine's domestic political regime. Trump's calling Zelensky a dictator without elections, insulting his job performance. This is rhetoric that all too readily echoes Kremlin talking points towards its goal of destabilizing a democratically elected Ukrainian government and undermining Ukrainian democracy well beyond a ceasefire or settlement. A ceasefire is not simply a chance for Russia to rearm, but also to achieve its aims at regime change by other means. For the future of Europe, all of the Western parties to these negotiations must share this concern and moreover must be prepared for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Bryn. You started on a reasonably positive and optimistic note and went downhill from there. But I'm going to just pose one question to each of the panelists, and then we'll move it to the floor for questions and answers. And I want to start with Jutta. You focused on expenditure, European expenditure, heightened European expenditure on security and defence, which is in marked contrast with what had been the case previous to the Trump administration. And are you suggesting that is the way to underpin democracy? That there is a very intimate and close link between a more securitized and militarized Europe and its democratic vitality?
I'm afraid I am, yes. It is an example of a phenomenon that is really well known in the US, namely military Keynesianism. And it's interesting to see the extent to which this signals the end of monetaristic economic doctrines. And I don't think that there is any disagreement that I see articulated right now with this approach. Germany desperately needs infrastructure investment. It needs to build up its capacities with respect to satellites, and there is now one of the big things is to get a replacement for Musk's Starlink, which has been very important to the war effort in Ukraine. There are several European alternatives, but none of them as good as Musk. I think Musk has 7,000 satellites up, and the best European alternative is French, and they have at most 500 to 700 satellites. So that, I think, illustrates the discrepancy between European capabilities and US capabilities. The reality is also that Europe is really lacking in electrification, in innovation, and it's one of the reasons I'm quite skeptical that this is actually going to happen the way the optimists predict. To reform the German economy right now, you have to break up some really, really long-held traditions and power structures, and get shift to an innovation economy. And that is going to be very difficult. And just spending money is not enough. But there are also real problems about how is that money going to be spent. There are about 10 large defense contractors across Europe. One is Irish, one is Swedish, one is Spanish, one is Dutch. I mean, how are they going? Are they going to compete for money? Are they going to collaborate? The order on the street is that none of this money would be spent on U.S. hardware, because the idea is that you can't trust the U.S., so therefore you need to have European capabilities that the U.S. can't cut off. The problem is most of Europe's hardware. I'm not a defense person, but it's obvious most of Europe's hardware is American. So how is this going to get resolved? And I'm sure there are other people who are more capable than I am to address this. But I do think that the downstream consequences, the spending package, will be quite significant. And that runs into a whole slew of domestic problems around where's the labor force going to come from? How are you going to restructure the educational systems to produce enough engineers that can build all this hardware? How are you going to get tech companies that can keep up with the demands. And so in a certain sense, it's too much money almost. So that's why there are fears that this might actually lead to another sovereign wealth crisis without the attendant growth.
And there's the mind shift, the
Yeah.
mindset shift as well that's required. Because spending money on defence means not spending it on something else, and given Europe's, traditional emphasis on the welfare state, there's very real consequences for voters as well. Spencer, could I ask you about NATO specifically? Europe is scenario planning for a NATO without the United States. What's your sense of that, and what do you think the consequences of that would be?
Well, I'm very skeptical about NATO without the United States, and I think Youssef mentioned a number of things that are important to understand, and this is one of the reasons why at the 75th NATO summit last year in Washington, there was such a focus on a transatlantic defense industrial base, and really moving away from this idea of these national silos and understanding that working together, that we could increase speed, we could increase interoperability, we could increase supply chain security, et cetera, and the idea that somehow we can decouple, let alone the fact that it would be very much against U.S. national security interests for us not to be a vigorous member of NATO, but for the whole alliance, for reasons mentioned, we are so marbled into everything, and it's not just about hardware. It's also about personnel and our tens of thousands of military personnel in Europe. It's infrastructure. It's nuclear deterrence. It's all of that. And so, I certainly understand the European desire to build up more, and that's a welcome thing, despite what I was saying in terms of the positive trajectory. And I think we do this better together than doing it apart. So that's all good, and I do think that there's been a mindset shift in terms of understanding why this is necessary and why there might be some pain on the domestic side on other priority areas, and that this is necessary given what we seem to be becoming on this and our change of philosophy. But this is a long-term kind of thing. This is not something that you can do in, I think, 2 or 3 years. I think this is something that you could essentially take decades to do it really well and to actually be a true deterrent to Russia. I think that staying together on this will be incredibly important going forward.
And Bryn, that kind of touches on an important point that some of you have alluded to in relation to trust. The level of trust between the United States and Europe right now is not good. So how does this proceed in that kind of environment?
I think a real challenge that I'm focused is the level of trust between the United States and Ukraine, right, as a potential part of Europe. I think that has clearly been really ruptured by the events of the last couple of weeks. And I think that makes the prospects for Ukraine and for the U.S. to secure anything like a lasting peace much more difficult to accomplish, because I think the Kremlin is watching carefully as the U.S. repeats its talking points and undermines Zelensky. And despite the fact that Ukrainian public opinion reacted actually quite positively to the encounter in the Oval Office, right? It does, I think, potentially erode the ability to provide viable democratic alternatives into a post-ceasefire period where elections would be held. And I think what I was alluding to in my remarks is that Russia is eager to meddle in those elections if it's not doing so militarily. To be very direct, right? It's using all the same strategies of interference and sabotage that we've talked about with respect to other European countries. This is a pilot program for another one that it really cares about, right on its borders.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think we can move to the floor, and somebody with a microphone. Hi, Megan. Any questions from the floor? Fernando over here. Thanks, Megan.
Hello.
Oh, it is. Okay, good. It's on.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you all for this fascinating panel. You're telling her in the beginning of her talk, she said that it's the future of democracy in Europe depends on keeping Europe out of war. And I wanted you to say, all of you, say a little bit more about it. What would be the democratic consequences of war?
Well, war generally means you can't hold an election. War means that there will be internal divisions, particularly right now, as I think Bryn very eloquently described. Russia is a domestic actor. There are parties within Europe that are supportive of Putin and of Russia. And the tendency right now is to think that Trump has scared the Europeans straight. Just look at the 40,000 Greenlanders who went out to vote in early March and very clearly all rejected fast-tracked independence. So time and time again we see how Trump has promoted reactions electorally that in some regards has reinforced the European self-identification. But war is also, as Mary said, involves a diversion of economic priorities. And so I don't know that we are talking about, most people are talking about what's the next target. One projected scenario is that, okay, there's peace in Ukraine, Russia lost half of its old-fashioned tanks, but they already have the factories to build those. And this is a new type of war that actually uses mostly pretty primitive technology and manpower. And the Russian military strategy is not to protect human life. The American and European military strategy has been at all costs to do a substitution between human life and technology. So there are a whole set of attendant problems that are extraordinarily divisive and damaging to democracy. How can you have free speech? I think Bryn very well described the way that these populist groups say that they are doing what they're doing in the name of democracy, in the name of national interest, but in actually are doing the opposite. And those types of rhetorical problems are very difficult to deal with, particularly in the age of the internet. So we haven't really talked much about it. There's another panel that will do that. But this is a change that we haven't been able to grapple with very well. And I hate to mention it, but France now says we will extend our nuclear umbrella to the rest of Europe. Okay, Ukraine gave up its nuclear capabilities at the beginning of the road to democracy and independence, and a part of promises to join Europe. Will Ukraine now want nuclear capabilities again? So it is as if Pandora's box has opened and all of these things have come out. But if you look at what is the next likely step with respect to what Russia will do, it will be the immediate border states. Estonia is probably next up. But things are already happening in Romania, in Serbia, in Moldova, in Georgia, etc. Is Austria next?
Spencer?
I don't have much to add to that. I think you did hit on the main points. I certainly think war is bad for democracy because you can't spend time and attention on things that you would normally do during peacetime and building your sort of democratic sort of infrastructure and as was mentioned, on the election side, on sort of how resources are spent, and certainly within the European sphere, the concern, as was mentioned, is what message Putin has if he is allowed to sort of move forward with aggression on Ukraine. And I think it's an important point that he has not renounced any of his intentions for state capture of Ukraine. And so that's one of the reasons why there is so much concern in terms of what Bryn was mentioning, of a focus really more on reestablishing U.S.-Russian relations and ties and what the economic benefits are and the transactional approach that I was mentioning at a time when Russia has not at all agreed to any kind of change of thinking. There's a 30-day partial ceasefire focused on energy infrastructure and not hitting that during that time. But in terms of anything that would give Europe or Ukraine any kind of comfort that Russia would have a different approach and that this wouldn't be something that just allows it to regroup, and that if the United States withdraws, that it could come back later even more strong than it is now, stronger than it is now. I think that's a widespread concern.
Bryn?
I agree with everything that's been said so far. I'd add stable democracy is democracy that delivers. And so that just goes straight to the point about war entails some pretty zero-sum decisions about where resources are directed that make it harder to deliver on important domestic social programs for citizens. War also, in particular, Russia's war on Ukraine has created massive immigration, which, as Spencer was mentioning, frontline states have largely absorbed. So war, and Putin is certainly counting on this. It not only sort of raises uncertainty, keeps sort of democratic institutions in the most directly affected state like Ukraine kind of constantly at bay, making it difficult to hold elections. But war heightens social tensions. Right? It makes possible politics that weren't possible before the war. Think about the Republic of Georgia. This is a country where the citizens are tremendously pro-EU, tremendously pro-Western in their orientation, and they now have a governing party that we describe as pro-Russian because war made possible a new kind of politics there, where people are more scared of war and being dragged into war, right? Finding themselves at war with Russia again than anything else. And so that's why I'd say the future of democracy means keeping Europe out of war.
Any other questions? On the end here?
In regard to the supporters of the far right in all these European countries, who are they? What are the demographics? Are they male, female? What are their age groups? What's their education? What's their background?
Do you want to speak to that, Judah?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk. We do know a fair amount, but it's worth mentioning that the Christian Democratic Party held on in the February election to its position, but actually lost about I think 1.5 million voters to the AfD, and it held on because it also gained 1 million or some voters from the Social Democrats. So who are the folks who have changed, and what is the underlying issue in these changes? Across the board, there is no political party on the right that have succeeded in the last 20 years on traditional right-wing concerns about high taxes and fiscal policy. They have all succeeded on identity politics and campaigning against immigration. And who are the voters? Majority, they are usually mostly, there's a surplus of men. It's more men than women, but it's not the case that women don't vote for these parties, they do. And if you look at the parties, they may maybe have a good number of female leaders of these parties, which is part of the party's effort to make themselves look less threatening and normalize them. It is also the case that anti-immigrant sentiments are the strongest in regions where there are the fewest immigrants. In other words, hostility to immigrants is associated with not really personally knowing anybody who is an immigrant. There are other underlying issues in the bundling of this new far-right political movement. There is also, as you've seen in France with the Yellow Vest protest, there is also hostility against the way that climate policies have been implemented. There's also a hangover from anger against COVID restrictions. Vaccine denial is quite high. And these are all bundled in. But when you look at the overarching issues, it is also reflecting some regional inequalities. So to some extent, particularly in France, if you look at the map and you color it in, there's some very remarkable regional patterns that has the national rally being the strongest in the south, in the north, in the more rural districts, agricultural district, provincial districts. And if you look at the German election, the recent, and you look at the map from Germany has a difficult electoral system that's hard to explain, but basically everybody has 2 votes. You go out and vote on election day, but you put 2 marks on your ballot, one for candidates that are elected based on the plurality principle, and the other that where you vote for parties that are based on the proportional principle. If you look at the plurality side, you get a map of Germany that's colored in with the AfD and with the Christian Democrats and their southern allies, the Christian Social Union. And so it is, one is from south to north on the west side, and the other is on the east side. So you can map regional inequalities and growth rates onto that map, really both in Germany and in France. So there have been effort to make investments, but there are some one of the aspects of globalization that we haven't talked about is that it's actually created domestic inequalities with people moving to the urban areas and some regional areas that are not well represented.
Thank you, Jutta. We're coming to the end of our panel session and are moving on to the next session, but in finishing, I'd like to say a sincere word of thanks to colleagues here on the panel for their expertise and for their insights and for some of the I think some of the important messages they've delivered about how we understand the transatlantic relationship and how we navigate it during what are increasingly difficult times. But a round of applause, please, for our panel.
Thank you. Please stay near your seats if you can. We are just going to do a quick changeover. I'd like to invite up Professor Aziz Rana, whom I see at the back there, and Professor Shep Melnick.
It's funny, you could not put a sheet of paper between the 3 panelists. Isn't that unusual?
Stand right here? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, we're just going to do a quick photo.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
You want to click our name tags on?
Yes, please. That would be great. You just want to push this chair, and it'll be a little easier to.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go in between you. Okay. Yeah, right. I'll sit here.
Thank you. That was quick.
That was a good panel.
Thank you both. That was a great panel.
Is that, the way I look at what's happening here,
So, welcome back. We will have a proper pause in an hour at 4 o'clock, but this panel that we are here to... So we're going to get started. It's okay. Thank you. So this panel will consider the state of democracy in the United States after our considerations of Europe, and clearly we will be facing a different set of questions, protected as we are by two oceans. But we are going to ask the question of whether or not we face a constitutional crisis, and we're going to hear from two very important voices in both scholarly and policy circles. Their colleagues, whom I'm very proud to say are occupants of endowed chairs in political science and law at Boston College. I've had the pleasure of knowing them over a long stretch. I've valued their insights, discussing one presidency after another over many years. I will first introduce Professor Aziz Rana, who is the J. Donald Monin University Professor of Law and Government. He is relatively recently arrived at Boston College after years at Cornell University. We have been enriched by his presence since he is one of the most incisive and provocative constitutional scholars of our time. He draws on a dual background in political theory and law, and his work focuses on how shifting notions of race, citizenship, and empire have shaped American legal and political identity since the founding of our country. His most recent work, which he presented last semester at a Clough Center Distinguished Lecture, is The Constitutional Bind: How Americans Came to Idolize a Document That Fails Them. That important book and Professor Rana's other renowned scholarship continues to drive public conversation on the future of American democracy. After he speaks, we will turn to Professor Shep Melnick, who is the Thomas P. O'Neill Professor of American Politics, and he is also co-chair of the Harvard Program on Constitutional Government. He is the author most recently of The Crucible of Desegregation: The Uncertain Search for Educational Equality, which the University of Chicago Press published in 2023. He is also the author of many articles on courts, public agencies, public policy, and he is completing a book on education and the civil rights state. Professor Melnick is also a recipient of the American Political Science Association's Law and Court Section's Lasting Contributions Award. But first, let me turn to Aziz Rana. The floor is yours.
So first, I'd just like to say thank you so much, Jonathan, for that incredibly generous introduction and for all of your work bringing us here today. I also wanted to thank Isaiah for his work organizing this, and Chuck Clough as well. It's a pleasure to be able to participate in this conversation. So the question for the panel was whether or not the U.S. is in a constitutional crisis. And there's one way of thinking about what a constitutional crisis consists in, which is what happens when political branches, especially the president, choose not to abide by court orders. And my own view is that conflict, which we're absolutely seeing right now, really undersells the gravity of the moment. That rather than just a crisis brought on by a confrontation between the two branches, I think it's better to think of what we're experiencing as an attempt, essentially, at collapsing what has been the mid-20th century American constitutional order that was forged from the 1930s to the 1960s. And this attempt is being pursued by effectively trying to unilaterally amend Article 2 of the Constitution, which governs executive authority, by using an incredibly capacious and aggressive account of unilateral executive lawmaking to essentially take apart all of the different elements of what had been that mid-century compact. And so what I think I'm going to try to do, and I apologize, I know I only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to do my best to keep to time, is I'd like to go over what the various elements of the compact had been, why that compact was sort of facing various kinds of sociological peril over the last, let's say, decade plus, how the brittleness of the American constitutional system has played out in the context of that sociological peril, the way in which the Trump administration is going piecemeal after all of its different elements, and what does that suggest about the near and medium term when it comes to politics. Okay, so when I say there was a mid-century constitutional compact. What do I mean by that? Really what I'm talking about is what, if you grew up in the US at the end of the last century, at the beginning of this one, you would have understood as a shared set of constitutional agreements. And I'll note that they have a variety of different elements. So the first was the thought that the Constitution basically fulfills the principles of the Declaration of Independence and commits the US to a project, broadly speaking, of racial liberalism. In other words, the steady inclusion of communities that have typically been treated as outsiders. The second was the idea that this vision of racial liberalism was tied to an account of civil liberties. In other words, that you have broad protections for speech and various other kinds of rights that were understood to distinguish the US from various types of totalitarian foes, the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, where in the US you have a personal space of autonomy free from state intervention. The third component was a commitment to market capitalism, but hedged in by a regulatory state established through the New Deal institutions of the 30s and 40s. The fourth element was a commitment to checks and balances, the idea that the way that you end up having breakdowns of democratic authority is through overweening unilateral government power, oftentimes backed by tyrannical majorities, and so you need to have checks and balances that limit the political power of any single entity, and the Supreme Court as an insulated site of crafting opinion on the basis of right and interpretation is supposed to be like the paramount illustrator of how checks and balances can work. And then all of that was supposed to go hand in hand with an account of the US on the global stage. The thought was that the US is supposed to enjoy, dominant primacy when it comes to international relations, but this was grounded not in the old European theories of empire, but instead precisely in these constitutional principles. It's the reason why the US reconstructed the global community on terms of multilateral institutions, the so-called post-war rule of law project, rules-based order. The premise was that precisely because the internal components of American life were organized in these constitutional ways, the external expression of American power was framed similarly through various types of constitutional constraint. So that's all of the different elements. I want to note that its consolidation, this way of thinking of the American constitutional system, was a product of two really decisive sociological features in the mid-20th century. The first was the power of the labor movement, which was able to give massive supermajorities to the Democratic Party, especially in the 30s and 40s, to overcome some of the roadblocks within the constitutional system to implement large-scale social programs that ended up producing extensive buy-in from communities that traditionally had been disaffected with the American political system into that system. And then also ensure enough of a majority, popular majority, around these policies so that over time, even if they were chipped away, they basically persisted. The second thing, and this is key, was the Cold War. The confrontation with the Soviet Union had really profound effects on internal domestic life, and in particular, how national elites, both center-right and center-left, came to see sort of the nature of American international affairs, but also domestic security. And the thought was precisely because the US found itself confronting an ideological antagonist that could win hearts and minds overseas, that could perhaps even convince Americans at home that its own set of institutions were illegitimate, that there was a need to find common ground. It produced a remarkable degree of depolarization in the 50s and 60s that was the condition for civil rights achievements in the 1960s, where you had both Democrats and Republicans at the national level essentially cohering around many of the elements that we associate with the mid-century compact racial liberalism, chief among them. What this speaks to is that rather than the particularities of the institutions, it was these background sociological conditions that created the possibility of entrenching this new framework. And one can highlight this by noting that this framework did not occur through formal changes to the text of the Constitution. It wasn't through amendment, and it wasn't through rewriting a new document. And that's because the US Constitution then and now has broadly been understood as perhaps the hardest in the world to formally amend. And so what you did is you needed to have massive supermajorities that were popular, as well as extensive social cohesion among political elites in both parties in order to create landmark statutes that passed through Congress, and then to have the courts serve as a site for authorizing their constitutional legitimacy. That's the way that the order was framed. What's happened? And I'll try to go more quickly here. A couple things. First, there was a dramatic kind of sociological shift in collective life, which perhaps counterintuitively is the product of the collapse of the Soviet Union. The collapse of the Soviet Union changed many of the internal dynamics among political elites within the US. And in particular, one of the things that it ended up doing surprisingly is it reshaped, I would argue, right-wing politics. That much of the focus on Cold War and Cold War repression has been on the kind of attacks on socialists, repression of the left. But a significant feature of Cold War culture was the way in which it allowed a center-right to contain the far-right, precisely because of the need to create various kinds of social buy-in and the explicit presentation of certain types of views as outside the accepted compact. But with the disappearance of the Soviet Union, one of the things that really happened on the political right is the kinds of tools and cultural forces that were available for the center-right essentially became far more depleted, and you saw the emergence of a much more intensified far-right politics in American life that was unconstrained by some of the classic strictures of racial liberalism. The second key thing is really the financial crisis, and here this is the American story and how it connects to the global account. The financial crisis in various ways really compromised the perceived efficacy and legitimacy of the establishment arrangements when it comes to economic life, what can be thought of as neoliberalism or the deregulatory version of market capitalism. And what this did is it made centrist politics in the US and Europe profoundly fragile in a way that it really hadn't been in a half century plus. But at a very specific historical moment, at a moment in which the classic institutions of the center left and the left, especially unions in the US and in Europe, were far weaker than they'd been previously. And at the same time, the far right and its connections with business were able, in a sense, to claim anti-establishment populist politics, so that right-wing populism had a kind of capacity within electoral politics in a way that it hadn't previously, and so it was far stronger. And you saw this in the US as well. But all of this then intersected with the particular brittleness of the US constitutional system. So the US constitutional system is notorious not only for having an amendment process that's incredibly difficult to operate, but also for being among the most undemocratic, little d undemocratic representative systems among what we think of as mature representative forms of government. So it's marked by the fact that voting and really representation is organized around geographical representation rather than the principle of one person, one vote. And I just want you to note that even if you think it's important to have checks and balances to protect minority rights, it's another thing to say that the most significant minority that has faced various kinds of oppression within the US are folks that live in rural and small population centers, and so that you should have a constitutional system that's organized around dramatically elevating voting power. What that did is it elevated the base effectively for the American far right at a time in which the tools available for the center-right and the center-left were far weaker than they'd been previously, and it created a specific set of cascading effects where through gerrymandering in the House of Representatives, the overrepresentation of the Senate, all the stuff that you're familiar with, the Electoral College and its ability to elect presidents that lose the popular vote, the capacity then of a president that lost the popular vote in conjunction with the Senate to reconstruct the Supreme Court so that Trump in his first term, despite losing the popular vote, was able to nominate and confirm 3 justices to the Supreme Court, where Democrats had only been able to nominate and confirm 5 justices in '68. The last time a Democrat nominated and confirmed a justice that's a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was 1946, Fred Vinson, even before Earl Warren. All of this created a condition whereby even though Trump represented a minority base, he could come to power in 2016 and so dramatically elevate the broader authority of the far right within the US. And then the nature of the institutions had all of these deleterious effects once he lost power. It made it very difficult through impeachment, through prosecution, and also through policies that you see elsewhere, like if you try to engage in an authoritarian putsch in a constitutional system, you're not allowed to run again. That's something we've seen, for instance, play out with Bolsonaro in Brazil, but that's very difficult within the terms of the American constitutional order. So it meant that Trump could persist as a very significant political force, and then also the difficulties of the constitutional system, which paralyzed the effectiveness of the legislative branch as a tool for pursuing broad policy, made it very hard when Biden was president to kind of deliver on the promise of a fundamentally different kind of economic framework. So that instead you had a paralyzed legislative branch, an emboldened ex-president who's effectively defected from democratic norms, and the conditions that are really ripe for not just Trump's return, but Trump's capacity now to win even a very small kind of popular victory. And so all of that then sets the stage for Trump as a kind of unique historical figure, backed as well by an unelected billionaire, who's then seeing the return to power as an opportunity to essentially go after enemies while providing various kinds of benefits to loyalists, who's put in positions of power folks that are not part of the traditional Republican electoral establishment, but instead far-right ideologues, precisely because of the fact that they're the ones that are the most loyal, and then has pursued a series of attacks on the entire constitutional infrastructure. In fact, I would say the executive orders around anti-DEI should not be thought of as just about using anti-discrimination principles to protect, let's say, white citizens, but really calling into question the very principles of racial liberalism, the idea that non-white presence is something that is legitimate within various kinds of institutions. It's the reason why you're seeing the scrubbing of websites, the attacks on desegregation efforts by both campuses and companies, alongside the aggressive use of prosecutions in the context of what are viewed as positions associated with inclusive politics. And you can say the same thing about the attack on speech, which isn't just something that's contained or limited to particular disfavored communities, though there's certainly that, but in a way replicates elements of the old McCarthyite politics that really the civil liberties story was supposed to put aside, namely the idea that it is appropriate to use the instruments of government to sow widespread fear and intimidation about the legitimacy of engaging in any kind of speech. And then you can say the same thing about regulatory apparatus, where you have the unilateral executive engaging with tools, legal arguments that have come from conservative jurisprudence to pursue a, essentially a totally discretionary effort to collapse the old New Deal administrative state. And then you can say the same thing about checks and balances, where there might have been this linkage between a strong court and a strong president, especially international affairs. But now you have arguments drawn from the politics of sort of international an imperial presidency in national security that's now being applied domestically to effectively say that it's the executive that enjoys supreme control over making determinations about what counts as constitutional. And all of this plays out in the international domain, where whatever you might think of the legitimacy of the multilateral arrangements that the U.S. established, it is noteworthy that the Trump administration is defecting from them because they are precisely the international expression of domestic constitutional commitments. Even USAID. USAID was understood as a Cold War institution established in 1961 whose purpose was to show, just as racial liberalism was succeeding at home, the U.S. too was committed to material progress for all overseas. Where does this leave us now? And I'll try to end here in a couple minutes. I think it is essential to note that despite the kind of absolute power that the Trump administration and a small coterie of far-right allies have over the administrative state, and are using the administrative state to serve as a weapon against enemies, as a font essentially for corruption and the enrichment of allies, that the base still remains a minority base, certainly for these policies. Trump won without reaching 50% in a context in which he purposely disavowed on the debate stage that he knew anything about Project 2025. And opinion data suggests that folks thought he was the more moderate candidate than Harris, in part, honestly, because his interest in personal self-enrichment seemed to suggest he had no ideological commitments. All of this indicates that unlike, let's say, FDR running in 36 against the economic royalists on a plan to pack the courts, this was not an election that was a movement election carried out in order to instantiate this program. Instead, in many ways, Trump won by default. And that, I think, means something, which is that in this moment, where at the same time there's no clear secession plan, the leadership of the administration alongside folks like Musk are not in any clear sense connected to a long-term desire to pursue the electoral entrenchment of Republican officials. The party has been thoroughly hollowed out. It doesn't appear that there is a long-term plan for building a far-right majority that can succeed time and again in competitive elections. And so that raises the thought, which is, as long as the elections are more or less competitive, it's unlikely that Trump and Trumpists are going to persist in power. Now, one way to read, for instance, the attacks on the infrastructure of the Democratic Party, going after Democratic lawyers, going after the Get Out the Vote project of Democratic-aligned NGOs, going after the donation platforms for Democrats, is effectively to try to see about insulating Trump politics from electoral overturn in a way that, I should note, the efforts at electoral suppression and voter disenfranchisement in the 2010s were not particularly effective at doing. That they were good at being able to reshape the composition of districts within states, at strengthening the far right within the Republican Party, but they were not very good at actually reconstructing a Republican national majority in the way that existed in the 1980s, effectively. And so, assuming that that project is not successful in essentially undermining the viability of competitive elections, something that we can't unfortunately take for granted, it does mean that Democrats in some way will be back in power. But I do think that this is where I'll end with a note of optimism and caution, that that return to power, if it were to happen, will itself be a victory by default because of the profound disenchantment with incumbents of any stripes at a moment in which the country and really the global community faces all of these endemic crises, and yet the institutions of the US, the legal and political institutions, seem so limited in their capacity to address them. And so unless Democrats take that moment and really the years right now of opposition to create something like an oppositional culture on behalf of the very principles of democracy, to understand themselves institutionally as organized culturally as an opposition, and to view the return to power as a site for actually transforming constitutional life in ways consistent with genuine principles of liberal democracy, I worry that we'll be back in this same conversation indefinitely, where Democrats will be back in power, and as occurred with the Biden administration, forms of paralysis, the desire to play effectively by the old rules, will mean anti-incumbency will produce new forms and perhaps even more nightmarish forms of far-right politics. And so the only way, in my view, of vanquishing the kind of sociological roots of the far right in the US and the fragility of American institutions is by developing a politics that's capable of naming the weaknesses in the constitutional system and associating it with a genuine defense of democratic principle. Thanks so much.
I'm going to break with tradition and stand. Does the U.S. suffer from a constitutional crisis? I think the answer to that is clearly yes. And if you have any doubts, just read the newspaper today. I mean, who knows what happened in the last 10 or 12 hours. Contempt for the rule of law, contempt for due process, using the criminal justice process to attack your political enemies, dismantling agencies that have been created by Congress, impounding funds, disobeying court orders, threatening to impeach judges, attacking judges. You know, what more evidence do you need than that we are at a crucial constitutional point? You know you're in trouble when the constitutional duty to, quote, faithfully execute the laws becomes a license not to enforce any law that the president doesn't like. That's an odd reading of the Constitution. In the short time I have, I'm not going to, I think this is pretty obvious. So I wanted to basically what Aziz did to talk about the causes, and I think he and I identified different causes. So we'll have a little bit of disagreement here. We can't just blame Donald Trump. We knew who he was when he got elected, especially the second time. He's doing what he said he was going to do, and people still voted for him, and he got a plurality and almost a majority. The causes go far deeper, and they should lead us to worry about the degradation of our political culture. As with all important events, this has multiple causes, and I'm going to identify 4 of them, and I'm sure there are others. First, democracy itself. As Alexis de Tocqueville explained 200 years ago, democratic majorities are impatient. They view legal formalities as impediments to popular sovereignty. Donald Trump might be an authoritarian personality, but he shares with his supporters democratic disdain for the slow process of negotiation and compromise that lies at the very heart of representative democracy. Congress is constantly derided for being slow. It is. It should be. It's designed to be. The president, the tribune of the majority, can act quickly and force others to react. That's the appeal of democratic populism. According to H.L. Mencken, democracy is a theory that the common people know what they want and they deserve to get it, good and hard. And we're getting it. I mean, I just saw in the Post, I think today, the majority of people like the fact that Trump deported people to El Salvador without any due process, without any understanding of whether they were a gang or not, but people like that. I mean, that is an indication that due process is not always popular. As Fareed Zakaria and Yasser Mung and many others have emphasized, the form of government that we cherish is not simply democracy, but a particular form of democracy, namely liberal constitutional democracy. Illiberal democracy, with elections without rights and without checks and balances, is a prelude to authoritarianism. It's crucial to remember that the adjective liberal and the adjective constitutional place limits on the noun democracy. They limit the power of those elected through democratic means, especially executive power, but also the power of judges and legislators and government as a whole. Liberal constitutional democracy requires respect for process, legislative process, judicial process, due process. It requires respect for formal institutions. It takes patience, which is really difficult in our internet-driven world. Patience is in short supply. Above all, we need to remind ourselves that democracy by itself is not enough, and that alone it can be dangerous. The best way to do this is to reread Federalist Number 10 on the dangers of majority faction and the necessity of institutional checks and balances to protect liberal government. Cause number 2, over a century of steady expansion of presidential power. Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, FDR, Lyndon Johnson, Richard Nixon, Reagan, Clinton, George W. Bush, Obama, Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives, all expanded the reach of the presidency. The less they got through Congress, the more they did unilaterally. As divided government became more common, so did the use of executive orders and other instruments of presidential unilateralism. Sometimes these presidents announced admirable policies. I think most of us here would say that Obama's executive orders DACA and DAPA, really good policy, but they were also unilateral. Sometimes, though, executive fiat produced unworkable Rube Goldberg contraptions, most notably Obama's clean energy plan. That never went into effect, and it would have been not worked very well if it had. Sometimes they were hastily thrown together acts of political theater. Trump's 2017 Muslim ban and most of his recent emissions. And sometimes they were expensive handouts to favored constituencies, most notably President Biden's failed effort to cancel billions of dollars of student debt. Regardless of their individual merits, each one erodes the authority of Congress and opens the door for wider assertions of unilateral presidential action. Despite the warnings that we received during Trump 1.0, and there were a lot of warning signals then, Democrats took no action, none, to rein in the presidency after Trump left office in disgrace. In 2020, the respected Republican law professor Jack Goldsmith and the respected Democratic lawyer Bob Bauer published a 400-page book with scores of recommendations on how to limit presidential power. None of these were adopted by Congress when it was controlled by the Democrats after the 2020 election. Instead, the Biden administration expanded executive power even further. Now, some of the powers wielded by presidents aggressively in recent years are rooted in the Constitution, but they've been stripped of some of their traditional restraints. A leading example here is the pardon power, which has increasingly been used by presidents to help their friends, however guilty, however culpable they might mean. That started with President Clinton and accelerated under Trump and Biden. And I expect it to accelerate even more in the current Trump administration. Many of the most important powers, though, come not from the Constitution, but from statutes passed by Congress. In 2020, Bauer and Goldsmith found 123 statutes that contained emergency powers given to the president. Among those are the laws that Trump is using to slap tariffs, which are taxes, on imports from Canada, Mexico, and China. We used to think that the power to tax lay in Congress. No longer. Even more ominously, Congress is on the verge of handing over the power of the purse to the president and to his unelected plutocrat pal, refusing to spend money appropriated by Congress, shutting down agencies created by Congress. That is as serious a threat to the Constitution as denying the right of habeas corpus. If Congress acquiesces to wholesale impoundment, we will no longer have separation of powers. With Republicans in Congress deferring to everything that the White House does, courts have become the only restraint on presidential usurpation. And now the Trump administration has challenged their authority to give commands to the executive branch. In Marbury versus Madison, Chief Justice Marshall established the principle that members of the executive branch are bound by the law, not by what Marshall called the instructions of the president. Today, apparently, that principle is up for grabs. For decades, under Democrats and Republicans alike, presidents have instituted politics. When they've instituted politics we like or a party favors, we simply ignore the troubling constitutional implications. During the first Trump administration, we were warned. During the Biden administration, we were struck with amnesia. Now we're reaping the whirlwind. Third cause. I just have four, so I'm on three. The older people in the audience might remember when conservatives were the harshest critics of unlimited executive authority and the firmest defenders of the Constitution and the rule of law. There remain a few principled conservatives of this old sort, say George Will, David French, Bill Kristol, one might add Andrew Sullivan and Jonathan Rauch, if you want to consider them conservatives. They are the never, ever Trumpers. But peruse the articles of Real Clear Politics, which I find myself doing less and less these days, and you will see the extent to which the new breed of conservative writers and intellectuals have embraced Trumpism. A leading force here is the Claremont Institute, for which for years it had claimed allegiance to the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Their view is that the constitutional order today has become so corrupt that in order to save our village, we must destroy it. This is the bizarre Flight 93 defense of constitutionalism. Does anyone really believe that our constitutional order has become so thoroughly corrupted that it must be destroyed? For that matter, does anyone really believe that the 14th Amendment does not establish birthright citizenship? Those who claim to support textualism are not particularly interested in the text of the Constitution. Those who embrace originalism don't seem to understand the original purpose of separation of powers. Now, you might say, who cares about this new breed of conservatives who want to conserve nothing? I doubt there are many people who go to Trump rallies who are eagerly awaiting their issue of the Claremont Review of Books. But I think these think tanks and publications, number one, are providing the shock troops for the people that are now staffing the Trump administration. And they provide the veneer of intellectual respectability to a movement without any other principle other than let's take revenge on our enemies. Now, having attacked people on the right, let me take a shot at people on the left, which basically us, right? You know, I assume that almost everyone here is a Democrat. We're all in academia. And I think that among the people who deserve some blame here are people who teach law and politics. All of us, right? Okay, so let's face it, for decades now, what students have learned from us about the Constitution is not what it says. My students don't seem to know much about what the Constitution says, and they don't know much about the rationale for its limits on majority rule, but they are told how undemocratic, how racist, how sexist, how oppressive, how outmoded, how ineffective, and how hypocritical it is. Political science professors who teach about the courts insist that judges are merely politicians in robes. Increasingly, law professors seem to agree. My old friend Sandy Levinson decries the fact that Americans have, or at least had, revered the Constitution. My new friend, Aziz Rana, has a book, the subtitle is laments the fact that Americans idolize a document that fails them. I only disagree with you on 2 points. First, I don't think it's failed them, and second, I don't think they any longer idolize it. I wish they'd idolize it a little more. When the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, Democratic politicians, commentators, and law professors all attacked the court as illegitimate. Liberal decisions, great. Conservative decisions, terrible. Democratic appointments, wonderful. Republicans' appointments, despicable. That was the message that the left promoted. In this context, should we be surprised when Trump and his minions threaten to defy court orders and impeach judges that stand in their way? In Federalist number 49, Madison gave this warning. He said that depriving the government of that veneration which time bestows on everything, and without which perhaps the wisest and freest government would not possess the requisite stability. Veneration is useful in preserving constitutional norms. Far from promoting veneration, our current educational system produces cynicism. To be sure, we should not promote hero worship, but we do have an obligation to explain the rationale that the founders offered for their choices, the dangers of pure majoritarianism, the dilemmas inherent in governing a liberal republic, and the flaws of the original Constitution that we have corrected. The new centers of civic engagement that are springing up across the country might help with this as long as they're not captured by Trump apologists. But the responsibility lies with all of us, law professors and political scientists, scholars and journalists, left, right, and center, to see, we have seen one of the battalions that is the enemy, and it is us, and we need to recognize that. Now, if I haven't sounded alarmist enough, I'm going to sound another alarm, and I think this is something that Aziz pointed to in the previous panel. The erosion of liberal constitutional democracy that we see occurring at home is compounded by the retreat from promoting liberal constitutional government abroad. The Trump administration is in the process of shutting down the Voice of America, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Institute for Peace. Why? You know, this is really astounding. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is cozying up to autocrats in Hungary, Russia, and elsewhere. It's undermining the alliances and the economic agreements that won the war in 1945 and 1989 and spread prosperity around the globe for decades. We built those alliances and achieved that prosperity because we believed that securing our liberal constitutional government at home is tied to the spread of liberal constitutional government beyond our borders. When we betray Ukraine, when we alienate close friends like Canada, we not only betray our own principles, we alienate ourselves from our own citizens. We turn an empire of liberty into an empire of real estate acquisition. Shame on us if we let that happen.
Well, let me thank both professors for these very provocative remarks. I want to allow you, Aziz, if you'd like to engage with any of Shep's points, and then the rest of you can think of questions or comments you would like to make.
Yeah, so I suppose, there's a lot that we agree on. I suppose the one thing that we disagree on is the extent to which the problem in the U.S. is illiberal democracy and tyrannical majorities. So I should say, I'm not a fan of pure majoritarianism. I think any effective system of constitutional democracy requires checks and balances. Again, my primary critique of the American system of checks and balances is precisely the way it's structured around geographic representation. But I'd also say I have a different analysis of the problem in the US, where if we were having this conversation, frankly, about Hungary, about India, about Israel, there, I think you can make arguments that there's large ethno-nationalist majorities that are running roughshod over various kinds of protections. The problem is a kind of tyranny of the majority. But if you're telling the story about the US, I actually think the problem is quite different, which is precisely the capacity of certain empowered minority coalitions to take advantage of the tools within the constitutional system that dramatically elevate the power of that minority coalition to both claim power when they don't have majority support, to then compromise and paralyze effective government when they're out of power, and then to create essentially various conditions of disaffection and paralysis to even be able to gain, bare majorities at various moments in time. And that's not a problem of illiberal democracy, and it's the reason why it connects, in my view, to the critique of presidential power, which I agree with. Namely that just like in various places, this is Wan Lin's classic argument about the perils of presidentialism, what we've seen in the US is that precisely because the majoritarian institutions like Congress fail, are ineffective, are paralyzed, that it creates the resort to extreme forms of executive authority. So you've seen bipartisan turns to executive lawmaking because even if you have majority support, it's incredibly difficult to impose through our effective system. You can even think of, a whole host of policies under the Biden administration, but also you can think of Republican presidents where if you had an effective functional legislative branch, it'd be much easier to then cabin executive authority. And so that suggests to me that, yes, there's problems of tyrannical majorities globally, but the US is not experiencing Turkey and Erdogan. The US is experiencing the particular problems of minority rule using the instruments of a really flawed institutional apparatus to then essentially collapse constraint as such. Now, it could be the case down the line that we're living with the issue of tyrannical majorities, but that actually hasn't been the problem within the country. It's not illiberal democracy, it's the failure to have effective and functional democratic institutions that's produced extreme versions of illiberalism.
Obviously, if I could remake the Constitution, there are lots of things I would remake. I would not have equal representation in the Senate. But we go to politics with the Constitution we have, and not the one that we wish we had. And I think you exaggerate the dangers that creates. Let me just, one of the points I think I disagreed with you on, that Trump won by default. He won because the Democrats really screwed up. And it wasn't that Congress wasn't doing anything in the first term of the Biden administration. They were doing a lot of things. Some of them good, some of them not so good. Inflation was probably in a large part a result of overspending then. The Democrats made a lot of really stupid mistakes. I'll just say, why would any party put so much political capital on this minor issue of transgender sports? Why don't they just put a sign on their back saying, "Kick me"? And that's what they did. So there was a lot of mistakes. And Congress, during the 117th Congress, was not inactive. And for a lot of periods of time in the Obama administration, Congress was not inactive. So it's possible to put together majorities despite the fact that we have a Senate, despite the fact that we have first past the post. And I don't think we should blame the Constitution as much as the parties that was not able to succeed in putting together a coherent policy. One final thing. Clearly there is a possibility of a lot of wasted votes in a first past the post single member panel. I'm looking at David Hopkins, and David Hopkins has showed the extent to which a lot of the problem is the fact that Democrats all cluster together and Republicans spread out. And unless you kind of do away with first past the post and single member district, go to pure proportional representation, that's going to be an important factor. And I would just say, a lot of us, the undergraduates, really love proportional representation. And I say, Israel. If you want to see the problem of proportional representation, just look at how proportional representation has completely screwed up Israel.
So let me turn now to the audience. We have a microphone that we can bring you. Thank you, Sam. First up is Spencer Boyer, and then next to him after that.
I feel like I'm doing 2 bites of the apple because I've already talked a lot, but I just had to ask this one question. In terms of your terrific remarks, I didn't really hear you all talk too much about perception versus reality. And it was talked about a little bit in our panel about, different groups who have perceptions and sometimes not based on what's actually happening, but what their fears are. And I've always believed that at the core of this election, and you could talk about inflation or incumbency and so forth, but it was really a fear of cultural displacement among his base. And that plays out in different ways, whether it's fear of the borders security not being strong enough, or transgender rights issues, or even this obsession on DEI and the distortion, and it's not often based on any reality, it's based on the perception. So even your example on the transgender issue, I would say that it was not that the Democrats were having this as like some core issue, it's that the Republicans were extremely effective in making people believe it was a core issue and that the Democrats maybe didn't effectively push back. So I'd just love to hear your thoughts about going forward in terms of this fear of cultural displacement, largely among white working class voters who are still the core, even if Trump has expanded his base. How do you change that around? Because I even believe that Trump could have had the exact same economy as Joe Biden, Kamala Harris did, and probably could have still turned that into a win, and that some of the people who are the most angry, they could be making $200,000, but he could convince them that you'd be making $500 if it weren't for Mexicans or blacks or transgender people or liberals or Muslims or whomever.
Yeah. I'll just quickly say that, what you remind us of is that what's happening in United States politics is very similar to what's happening in European politics. Immigration, the sense of displacement. This is no longer our country. And so I think Yuta mentioned that the vote for the far right is greatest when there are very few immigrants in the area. And that's true in this country too. It's not that people kind of come in contact with immigrants and they don't like it. It's that they fear this force that they think is transforming the country. And we know that the biggest divide now in American politics is between people without a college education and those people with a college education. The people without a college education think that they are quote Bruce Springsteen, on a downbound train, and many of them are. So I think you're absolutely right about the fear of displacement, about the social malaise, and certainly Democrats have to find a way to turn that around.
So the thing that I'd say is that reflecting on politics in the U.S. over, let's say now, I guess the last decade and the way things have developed, has made me a lot more Tocquevillian than I was as, like, I guess, a graduate student or a younger person. And by this, I mean that I find it increasingly essential what the intermediate meaning-making institutions are that exist within a society. So the Tocqueville argument was that at the end of the day, the thing that was supposed to promote the combination of liberty and equality in the US, and we can think about the pluses and minuses of this overall framework, was not geography, its isolation from Europe, was not its institutions, but was what he called, mores. And really what he was emphasizing was like civil society. So like the thick cultural locations that people found themselves part of. In other words, what were the neighborhoods, the schools, the workplaces that folks experienced on an everyday basis, and what organically were the values that emerged out of those institutional sites. This is an argument that somebody like Putnam, Bowling Alone ended up picking up in the 90s about really the collapse of these intermediate sites. But the thing that I think Putnam ignored in his work that I think we're dealing with right now is that for working class, non-college educated Americans, particularly white Americans, that the central meaning-making institution that produced a commitment to some combination of racial liberalism and a limited social welfare state was the union. And we tend to think of a union as explicitly about gaining specific kinds of benefits for its members. But I think a better way to think of the union was that it was a central intermediate institution that organically produced a cultural world in which folks were committed to the values, broadly speaking, of the mid-20th century compact. And the thing that's happened in the US and Europe, but in the US to an extreme degree, where you have 6% of the private economy unionized, is that along with the union, along with the typical structure of the party as not just a vote-gating mechanism for elected officials, but also as a membership organization that provides a cultural world, along with the Black church and various kinds of church institutions, all of the institutional spaces outside of what you think of as the Supreme Court, the official checks and balances that are supposed to safeguard democratic norms, all of them have been hollowed out. And that's created a very particular moment for the far right through the specific political skills that somebody like Trump has, backed up by a billionaire class enjoying the tools of social media as well as a far right media machine, to essentially create a very different cultural world for folks that are especially working class and non-college educated to inhabit. And it tells me that, one, if we think seriously about the problem of the tyranny of the majorities, the best way to ensure against even illiberal democracy is probably not your formal checks. Because the story in the US is time and again, those checks just haven't worked. It didn't work in the context of slavery. It didn't work in the context of various other kinds of rights projects. Sometimes it does, but it's rare. But really, it's the cultural world that people inhabit and the intermediate non-state institutions that end up shaping their life. And so I would say right now is a time alongside real soul searching about the future of the Democratic Party project. I would also argue that the Democratic Party was not the one that was putting various kinds of claims front and center, even though honestly, my own position is I think as a matter of principle, we should support those that are most marginalized. These were used and manipulated by the far right. But part of the reason why that was successful was because the party didn't have the depth of cultural infrastructure that had previously shaped American life. And so if you don't have strong workplace spaces, if you don't have desegregated neighborhoods, if you don't have schools that are they're able to reproduce a specific kind of cultural world, you end up with essentially fighting what effectively is a cultural battle against the far right with one hand tied behind your back.
Thank you. Another question from a student here. Yes.
Thank you. My question is that earlier, Professor Melnick, you talked about a book. I forget who the authors were that you mentioned, but you talked about a book published, I believe, during the Biden administration about things which Congress or government in general could do to rein in the powers of the presidency. And I suppose I have two questions. The first one would be, would you be able to give some examples on what those are? And second, do you think that we're sort of beyond the Maginot line at this point? Do you think, like, in the current political context, are some of those solutions feasible to implement?
Before I answer that, I just want to say I completely agree with what Aziz said about voluntary organizations and political culture. I think it was a really important point that he made. The book was by Jack Goldsmith and Bob Bauer. It's called After Trump. I'll give you, they have something like 200 recommendations. I won't run through it. Conflict of interest rules, which we desperately need. This is going to be the most corrupt administration we've seen in American history. Getting rid of all of these emergency power declarations. Some of them, of course, go back. I mean, I can't believe that we're relying on a 1780 96 law that was part of the Alien and Sedition laws that remain on the books. So that's another. Changes in the president's control to have exemptions to the civil service. Who knew about this stuff or about recess appointments? But the Trump lawyers have scoured the statute book for these things that give the president power to do things that no one ever thought he had power. So civil service, recess appointments, conflict of interest, emergency powers, those give you some idea. Is it too late? No, I don't think it's too. I wouldn't count on this Congress to do anything about it, but maybe maybe Democrats should make one of their planks of the next elections to say this has gone too far. And I think most people do think it's gone too far, but it's never been very high priority.
So, question from Professor Eric Owens in the first row here.
Thank you all. I'm really convinced and agree about the importance both of the roots and the implications of civil, political, social dynamics of our constitutional crisis. But I would like to talk for a minute about the literal constitutional crisis. If you could speak a bit about that, about what not just the possible political corrections to the law that Shep was just talking about, but what we're actually seem to be facing in the coming months of a potential executive ignoring Supreme Court rules or federal judges or something like that. Can you play that out for us a little bit about what we might expect and what are the possibilities?
Yeah.
Have the law professor go
Yeah.
for me.
So the thing that I would say that I think is noteworthy about the range of executive orders. So independent of what might happen in the courts, if you're somebody that's supposed to provide like impartial legal analysis about the constitutionality of what the executive is doing, I think in issue after issue, so this is from birthright citizenship to the dismantling of the Department of Education or a variety of different agencies, that this is pretty patently unconstitutional. These are not 50-50 questions. And what's notable about the fact that they're not 50-50 questions is that they're not the kinds of test cases that political actors tend to pursue if they're interested in getting the courts to kind of shift jurisprudence. Because usually what you try to do is you try to come up with like a really sympathetic plaintiff or a very sympathetic set of facts, and then you pursue cases that like at the margins make it easier for the court to expand the theory. Honestly, that's been the politics, for instance, around building the theory of a unitary executive in the context of legislatively established agencies. Instead, what the Trump administration is doing is taking extreme positions that one would assume a court that's committed to just upholding the law as it currently exists would then push back at. And I think probably what that suggests is that the goal isn't your typical case-by-case testing things out, shifting the jurisprudence, but really a fairly profound assault on reconstructing the very meaning of executive authority, essentially amending Article 2 without having a formal amendment. My own guess about how this is going to play out, and this has to do with the fact that Trump has been very successful at reconstructing the federal judiciary, is that it's not like the arguments are coming out of nowhere, including the claims about a unitary executive have ties to jurisprudence that's been developed over time and have clear adherence on the Supreme Court. So I would imagine that what we would see is a kind of mixed record in the courts, where some of the most extreme assertions of power get struck down, and various other assertions of power get hemmed in but upheld. And so it's a much more kind of complicated story about the way that the courts end up intersecting. At the same time, because of the executive's, control over effectively the sword, what'll happen on the ground is that even if you have certain constraints imposed by the courts, if the buildings are sold and the staff is fired and the artwork has been put up for auction or given to private owners, it's very difficult to roll back those processes. And so the simple facts on the ground will change the terms, whatever the future state is. I imagine at some point they're going to be enough, and now there's a steady unfolding of these direct confrontations with the courts, so that judges are going to have to start thinking about the tools that have typically been enforced by courts as a way of dealing with what amounts to the contempt of court decisions. And that's things like escalating fines, that's producing various kinds of civil and criminal punishment. And then, of course, that might raise issues about the extent to which the administration is willing to capitulate under those circumstances or treat that seriously or completely defy it. And again, my worry is that the outcome is going to be fairly unsettled, where precisely because of the ideological composition of the court and also the distribution of power as it lies, that you'll see court constraint, but court capitulation and complicity. And if, this is maybe where I'll stop, if the entire framing of the moment is what's bad about Trump is that Trump's justifying the courts, and then you have this really muddy picture that emerges on the ground, I think that will miss the extent to which what we've seen basically is a profound and transformative assault on the rule of law.
I agree with all that. I am very thankful that the Trump administration has been so ham-handed in attacking the courts, and basically having some pretty lousy lawyers in the Department of Justice. When you throw out all of the career people, you're not going to have as very good legal arguments in many of these briefs. And there are so many that, it's good that he's really pissed off the Chief Justice, because he's going to be concerned about the power of the judiciary. I'll just add about very quickly. Number one, the Trump versus U.S. case. I read that and I thought, big deal, so you can't bring criminal charges against the president. We've only done it once, and that was against Trump. But as Jack Goldsmith pointed out, the language in that case about the inherent powers of the president were pretty broad.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be worried about that. Just second. The irony is that with Chevron deference, most of you don't know about administrative law, but the conservatives would say, we should give judges more power to strike down what administrative agencies do. But of course now the president is saying anything I tell them to do, they got to do, and the court shouldn't overturn it. This profound conflict between because the legal strategy of conservatism is coming home to roost.
So we are going to take a quick break for coffee, so I'm going to ask you to return here in 11 minutes, but first please join me in thanking Aziz, Rana, and Shep Melnick.
slowly making your way back into the room, we would be most appreciative. Otherwise, we have to go into herding cats mode.
Hey, what's up? Matthew Devine. Yes. Yes, he's mentioned a lot of good things about you. I just want to say. Oh, wonderful. He's excellent. Yeah, he's a member of my research team. He's a great guy.
Should be here. He gets off work soon. He doesn't know whether he can change.
Oh, okay.
He said he'd be here.
Awesome. I've met before. Hey. Oh, Peter Cross. Wonderful to meet you. How you doing? Thank you. Amazing. Yeah, I've never met before. What does he do for work? I know you're talking about a little bit. Yeah. Oh, that's great. And what classes are you teaching this semester?
I'm teaching Revolution, Nationalism, and State Building.
Oh, I want to go to that one.
Huh?
I said I want to go to that one.
Well, it's divided into like post-colonial state building and post-Arab Spring state building.
Okay,
It's
great.
actually like it's one that makes me feel less tense about the history aspect because then I hit the contemporary era and it's like it feels more political.
Yeah.
And then teaching civil wars, which I don't think I want to teach again.
You think you don't want to teach again? Why not?
I didn't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed teaching civil society, and I thought they would be the same.
Hi, how are you?
I thought they'd be the same because they're both theoretical and we do a lot of the main literature, and I thought it would be enjoyable, but I didn't realize how much I actually dislike the civil literature.
Right. So it wasn't the students or whatever, it was just the content itself you wanted to see too.
Yeah. I like the rebelocracy stuff, but like everything before that, of course,
Fair enough, fair enough.
And then I'm teaching wars-based. So the reason I taught Civil War this year, half for Camille, but he ended up not taking it, and the other half was I wanted to teach Civil War in the Middle East as a lecture next year.
Yes, so it's good prep for that.
Yeah, and I didn't have anything prepped for that lecture, so rather than start from scratch, I was able to have like a summary at least. So that's been helpful. I know you're in the Civil War space, but now literature is just, it can be so dry, the early writing. So no, they're aggression.
Oh, that's not my style, yeah.
Is this on or off? It's on. I know it's on.
Thank you. How's it going? Sorry I didn't have the lapel, so I have my name tag, but I can't put it anywhere, so. Yeah,
So let me welcome you back for our next panel. If I could ask you all to please take your seats slowly. Take your seats. We have an excellent third panel lined up this afternoon. And I am just going to introduce the chair at this point. The title of the panel is Paths to Democracy in the Middle East, or Which Paths to Democracy in the Middle East. It will be led by Professor Kathy Bailey, my colleague in the Political Science Department, whose research and teaching interests lie in ethnic and regional politics, especially that of Uzbekistan and Central Asia. Professor Bailey has been teaching in Middle East politics for years, but she is also the director of our Islamic Civilizations and Societies program, and she also directs the Gabelli Presidential Scholars Program. And without further ado, I will hand the floor over to you, Kathy. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Can you hear me? Is this on? Yes, okay. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you to all your amazing staff and students for their great organizational abilities. I'm very impressed. Our charge is, for this panel, is what paths for democracy in the Middle East. And I think if we were speaking or having this discussion 14, my math is bad, is it 14 years ago? Then we might have some better answers, because that, of course, was the Arab Spring. And it seemed like the path to democracy was clear, or it was not so elusive as it may be today. And, you know, regime after regime, beginning with Tunisia, fell and got rid of their dictators. And it was really interesting for a couple of years to see maybe what was going to happen. Of course, we know how that ended, and in some cases very tragically. But I would say that talking about the region as a whole might be a little bit misleading. And so digging into each of the various states might be more instructive. And so I know that's what we're going to do today with our panelists who are going to cover a lot of territory, including Israel and Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, and Syria, and the Gulf monarchies. And so let me start by introducing them. I'm delighted to introduce my colleague in the political science program and also a faculty associate in the Islamic Civilization and Societies program, Marsin Alshamary, who's assistant professor and scholar of Middle East politics with a primary focus on religious institutions, civil society, and protest movements. She's currently working on a book manuscript titled A Century of the Iraqi Hossa, How Clerics Shaped Protests and Politics in Modern-Day Iraq, which explores the historical and contemporary interactions between the Shia religious establishment and protest movements. She has many articles under her belt and many media appearances, and she has also consulted for organizations such as the UN, the World Bank, and I have to say it, USAID. And the second panelist is also my colleague in the political science department and a faculty associate for the Islamic Civilization and Societies program, as well as international studies. Peter Krause's research and teaching focus on international security, Middle East politics, terrorism and political violence, nationalism, rebels, and revolution. He's the author of Rebel Power, Why National Movements Compete, Fight, and Win, and co-editor of Coercion, The Power to Hurt in International Politics, and Stories from the Field, A Guide to Navigating Field Work in Political Science. He's published many articles on the causes and effectiveness of terrorism and political violence, why states negotiate with ethno-political organizations, the strategies of counter-secession, social movements, and territorial control in Israel, U.S. intervention in the Syrian civil war, and the politics of division within the Palestinian national movement. He has extensive field work experience in the Middle East, and I'm just thrilled to be on the panel with both of them. So who wants to start?
All right, we can start from west.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you. Sure.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. So Peter and I have a lot of ground to cover, so we're going from the east, Iraq, all the way to the west, towards Palestine and Israel. So I will very quickly cover Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria today, and particularly with a focus on prospects for democratization and key challenges. I wanted to start off by saying that in my last class on Thursday, we were reading George Orwell's Politics in the English Language, and one of the key themes that emerged was our use of words without really much substance or without much thinking about what we actually mean when we say them. And my students were really fixated on the use of democracy as something that's just a good without really questioning why it's a good. And so I want to clarify that when I talk about democracy in the Middle East, I don't necessarily mean a political system that will be liked by the United States or that would be even something that people in the US would find familiar or acceptable, but rather a system characterized by representation, inclusivity, and political competition of people in the region that's open and free to them, that might use elections and other mechanisms, and that results in policies that serve the best interests of the citizens of that country as perceived by them to be their best interests. So what I'm trying to say is for people in the US, democracy probably in the Middle East might not mean, the best, most strongest alliance with the US or with Israel, for example. It also might not mean that there is recognition of certain countries in the Middle East, like Israel, which is, I think, what really is something that premised the invasion of Iraq a lot and what people are looking at in Syria right now. But for the people in the Middle East, what I also want to highlight is that democracy, and we've learned this from the Arab Spring, doesn't mean immediate economic prosperity either. And that's something really important for people to recognize in the region. So democracy is something that we've talked about a lot today, but I just wanted to, put the caveat that people might want it, but then it doesn't look exactly like what they were hoping to get out of it in different contexts. Moving to Iraq really quickly. So I want to summarize where Iraq is right now and talk about whether its future looks democratic from my perspective. I will start by saying that I am Iraqi, so I feel particularly capable of presenting this part of the presentation. So as of 2025, Iraq is a federal democracy with abundant oil wealth recovering from 4 decades of violence and war. In November 2025, Iraq will hold its 6th parliamentary election since the December 2005 election following the invasion. This is 2 decades of admittedly imperfect elections, but elections nonetheless. Obviously, it could be more free and fair. There could be higher participation, a higher turnout. Iraq's last election in 2021 had a 43% turnout. That's quite low, particularly compared to 2005 when we had an 80% turnout. So it's not perfect by any means, but we have had consistent elections, which is quite an accomplishment, I would say, given what's happening in the region. With the exception of Lebanon, I would say it's one of the countries that has the highest freedom of speech in the region. So if you've been to Lebanon or Iraq, you can walk around saying pretty much almost whatever you want to say with very little consequences of that. And I will actually say right now that, genuinely speaking, I think Iraq has more freedom of speech than the United States concerning certain topics. So that's quite an accomplishment, I would say. On the other side, however, Iraq does have a consociational model, which means that it is premised on power sharing among ethno-religious groups, so it really does prioritize looking at politics through the lens of identity, which might not be a very good thing going forward. It's a useful tool for transition, but maybe not for long-term governance. Iraq is a federal state, and by that I mean, in particular, it has a semi-autonomous region for the Kurds, which is actually the best setup that the Kurds have in any country in the Middle East right now, and a key issue when we talk about Syria. And Iraq has been stable enough to hold its first census in 4 decades, which we found out the population is 45 million, a little bit over than what we thought it would be. It's very young, growing, but more importantly than what the census tells us, it's also a symbol of stability, of state capacity, and a lack of sectarian and ethnic tensions politically, because people had feared a census prior to this because it would change the power sharing structure of the country. It would increase seats in parliament. It might say that one group is bigger than another. Famously, Lebanon has not had a census since 1932, and people feared previously that Iraq would be down this path as well. But, obviously I'm not entirely rosy-eyed about a lot of things, so I would say when it comes to political institutions, Iraq is doing as well as I would hope with a realistic perspective, but what really concerns me for the long term is the issue of foreign intervention and the issue of monopoly on violence. There are armed groups in Iraq, some of them are supported by outside powers, and there is always a history of foreign intervention, including, of course, the US intervention in 2003, but more recently, intervention from Turkey in the sense of military bases in northern Iraq, and obviously Iran having support for armed groups in the country. So it's not an entirely super rosy account, but I would say looking comparatively across the region, it's doing okay, and the prospects for continued democratization should be ensured so long as there isn't a lot of pushback on the country. Syria, on the other hand, is pretty much 20 years behind where Iraq is today, which is a really exciting opportunity for Syrians, and there's lots of opportunities to learn from the Iraqi case. However, I do want to stress that Syria has lived through 6 decades of authoritarianism and is building democratic institutions, hopefully, from the ground up, with very little prior experience or knowledge on how they function. It had gone from colonialism to basically military coups to the Ba'athist regime that has been totalitarian and extremely authoritarian for decades. Syria right now has had a series of events that seem to signal where the government might be going. So as of a few days ago, on March 18th, we've had 100 days of the new Syrian government. And in these 100 days, we've had the Victory Conference, which was the earliest conference to set where the country was going back in January. And it set a 3 to 4, 5-year period of transition. Most importantly, it created a presidency position and installed Ahmed al-Shara, who some of you who follow armed groups in the region might know previously as a member of Al-Qaeda and a leader of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and Jabhat al-Nusra at various points. So obviously he raises alarms for anyone who knows the region because he comes from a background of sectarian violence in Iraq, a lot of violence in the Syrian civil war, and a deeply conservative and Islamist background with a lot of ties to foreign fighters, a lot of issues that are concerning in that sense. Along with him becoming president, there was also the dissolution of the Ba'ath Party in Syria, the Syrian army, which will create a security vacuum, and the Syrian parliament. Following this, we've also had the National Dialogue Conference in Syria in February, and it kind of builds up on it, but really excludes the armed groups. And this is more of an accumulation of like civil society energy. And I'll pause here to say that even as Syria is building from what I said is the ground up, the last 13 years of the civil war has actually allowed it to cultivate a civil society that is genuine and strong and very experienced in a way that I would say other countries in the Middle East haven't had a chance. And we were joking about US aid, but one of the things I tell Syrians is that it may seem really daunting to have to build institutions without the support of US money or European money, but actually it's also a blessing in disguise because it teaches you to be resilient and to find indigenous forms of funding, and to be able to push the agenda you want rather than the agenda imposed by outside powers. The key issue left from these conferences, of course, is that there are still various armed groups in the region that haven't really figured out their position in Syria. Key among them, of course, are the Kurds that are supported by the US in the northeast, so the SDF here. And famously, they reached a deal with the Syrian government about coming together and forming a centralized government with a unified army in March, so a few days ago. But anyone who follows the region close enough knows that it's a lot easier to agree to having, to letting go of your arms and forming a unity in armies or in security infrastructure, but it really might not be what happens on the ground. That it's actually really hard to get people to put down their weapons. They might nominally agree to it, but they probably would not give up something that they had worked for and maintained for 13 years. And critically, it's the Kurds in Syria who are also responsible for managing the El Hol camp, which is the biggest camp of ISIS affiliates and then people who were displaced because of ISIS, and it's considered what I've heard various UN people in Iraq refer to it as a ticking time bomb that might create a crisis of extreme instability and violence in the region. So they're critically important for that. Syria has also had an instance of extreme violence on the coast because of an Assad era or Assadist insurgency. So Assadist loyalists mounted an insurgency, and in response to that, there was a very brutal massacre of minorities along the Syrian coast. And that was really seen as a problem that immediately highlighted the inability of Shara to really control the various armed groups that he had brought under his umbrella, and particularly their proclivity to exact violence on minorities that they think have a relationship with Assad. And very, very recently, we've seen an interim constitution also issued in Syria. And the key things to take away from this interim constitution is that Syria does not want to be like Iraq or Lebanon. It does not want a consociational system. It does not want to have power sharing, and it does not want quotas. They view themselves as a very centralized state. And this constitution also gives the president exceptional powers. So the president appoints a third of the parliament, etc. But there is a 5-year framework where this constitution will make way to a new one. So it is very much a temporary one. Of interest to people, perhaps, is the fact that in this constitutional framework, there is mention that the source of legislation for Syria's laws right now is Islamic jurisprudence, which is it is also referred to as the main source rather than or the only source rather than one of the many sources. So this, of course, raised a lot of alarm bells for people who were concerned about Ahmed al-Shara's past as the leader of an Islamist armed group. And I will say that he's very much trying to change his image. There is a podcast that you might be interested in listening to, which was translated into English. I forget the exact name, but if you find me later, I can send it to you. But he's being interviewed by two British guys. One of them was in Iraq in 2003. And the way he describes his time in Iraq as part of Al-Qaeda is almost like he was there for tourism. It was like I was interested in learning about war. But, I was 18. So he's trying to change his image. This will, might be swallowed by some people, but not by others. But I really do want to say that a lot of places just require time and stability for any real structures of governance to emerge, and perhaps to be patient with Syria. In the very little time I have left, I quickly want to talk about Lebanon. So Lebanon has just emerged from a really brutal war with Israel. The damages are estimated to be $8 to $9 billion. And keep in mind that Lebanon has also just emerged from a financial crisis, so it doesn't have the money to reconstruct the country. It's also just emerged from a 2-year-long constitutional crisis in which it didn't have anything but an interim government. It now has a president and a prime minister, and there's a lot of enthusiasm about both of them in the international community. They're saying things like they want to make sure the ceasefire is implemented with Israel, that they're wanting to have a control on the tools of violence in the country. So in other words, really sidelining Hezbollah and Amal, the Shia armed groups, and the Shia political parties in the region, in the country. So a lot of enthusiasm for what they're saying, but one of the cautionary things that I do want to lay out about Lebanon is that they are behaving in a way that they had behaved prior to the Lebanese civil war, in that there is a very much Western-supported set of politicians that everyone is very excited about. However, they seem to act as though the Shia majority, which we know from a lot of data in Lebanon, seem to not have a voice, or that they will just fall in line behind anything that the new leaders of Lebanon want. And this, to me, sends some concerns, or speaks to some concerns about potentially having civil conflict in Lebanon going forward, because there seems to be like one group of society pushing the country in one direction, almost obliviously to another group in society that has just suffered a war and is trying to recover from it. So that being said, I always remind people that Lebanon has had elections prior to any other country in the Middle East, so it does have a long history of democratic institutions, and Lebanon was a pioneer of power sharing and consociationalism. And back when Syria was having a very difficult time pulling a country together post-colonialism, Lebanese people actually had a very good idea of how they wanted to divide power among the different groups. So I'm always an optimistic person, but I do just want to highlight that there has to be a period of transition for countries, and you can't really expect democracy to emerge even 13 or 14 years after the Arab Spring. That's hardly anything in the history of politics, right? It could take 4 decades for anything really powerful to emerge. All right, thank you. I actually managed to cover 3 countries.
All right. Thank you so much to Jonathan and to the Clough Center for inviting me to this conference. Honestly, times like this, I think, are why the Clough Center is most needed, and so it's really wonderful to have this, even though the region that we're focusing on right now, as Marsin said, is in somewhat of a dark time regarding the future of democracy, which I'm going to talk a bit about. So, as we have seen in the news in the past few days, the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is over, and airstrikes and rockets are again the order of the day in Gaza and Israel. October 7th was the deadliest day for the Jewish and Israeli people since the Holocaust, and the year and a half since has been the deadliest for the Palestinians in their modern history. Now, naturally, our collective focus has been on the dead, on the hostages, on the displaced, in this brutal conflict that is seemingly without end. I wish I could give you better news about the focus of this conference, which is the state of democracy for Israelis and Palestinians, but unfortunately, I largely cannot. To be honest, Israeli and Palestinian democracy are arguably at their lowest and most vulnerable points in our lifetimes. Let me start with Israel. Before the current war, the issue that drove hundreds of thousands to the streets was indeed the future of Israel's democracy, with Prime Minister Netanyahu aiming to limit judicial review of Knesset legislation and change how Supreme Court justices were selected, giving the Prime Minister and his coalition more control. The significant polarization in Israeli society was evident from the fact that the country set a record with 5 elections in 4 years between 2019 and 2022, in part because no coalition could form a stable majority. Now, on the one hand, this could be seen as a success of Israeli democracy, because all of these were free and fair elections. They were contested in what was generally a free press, and these elections were held among far more viable parties than there are in the United States. In Israel, you have parties representing left, right, and center, secular and religious, Jewish and Arab. That said, Arab Israelis, or Palestinian citizens of Israel, as some identify, vote at a lower percentage than the Jewish majority, in part because they feel disenfranchised by a government that provides their communities with less funding and support, and which recently passed a basic law in which the nation state of Israel is only the nation state of the Jewish people, not of its other citizens. Israel's freedom ratings with Freedom House and other monitors of democracy have declined in recent years. In fact, in 2003, during the height of the Second Intifada, an incredibly brutal and violent period, the Israel Democracy Institute found that across the board for Israelis in terms of faith of their democratic institutions, it was at 59% belief and trust. 2 decades later, it sits at 34%, which is the lowest on record for the Israel Democracy Institute. This brings us back to the present conflict for Israelis, both externally with Hamas and internally for the future of Israeli democracy. When done right, democracy serves its people, especially in times of crisis. Leaders protect their citizens and promote their well-being, and they are accountable to the people's will and interests. Unfortunately, there have been a number of areas in which Israel's government has fallen short. In the aftermath of prior intelligence disasters like October 7th, there has been an official independent state commission of inquiry with subpoena power. These state commissions of inquiry are among the most trusted institutions in Israel for the Israeli people and designed to serve them. In fact, the event that predated October 7th, 2023, October 6th, 1973, when you had the Yom Kippur War, a surprise attack launched by Egypt and Syria, there was a state commission of inquiry in Israel the next month, November 1973. We sit here today 17 months after October 7th, 2023, and there has as yet been no state commission of inquiry for October 7th. Now, this is also despite the fact that both the IDF and the Shin Bet, Israel's internal intelligence services, have conducted their own internal investigations about October 7th, and their leaders have taken responsibility for their failures. One of them has been replaced, one is now in the process of being replaced. Even if he's not directly fired by Netanyahu, he's going to be gone and said he's going to be gone a couple weeks from now. It's important to note that beyond the heads of the Shin Bet and the IDF, if anyone has responsibility for Israel's policy with Hamas, it would be the leader who has been in office for most of the past 2 decades, who has more of a hand in Israel's policy with Gaza and Hamas than any other, who himself helped to facilitate the funds transferred from Qatar to Hamas, who argued that Israel should actually somewhat support Hamas while marginalizing the PA, even though Hamas aims to destroy Israel and the PA recognizes Israel and wants to cooperate with it. So ultimately, when we think about the future of Israeli democracy, we need to think not just about free and fair elections, free press, which I think Israel has in a decent amount these days, but also other institutions of trust, whether it's commissions of inquiry, whether it's the Supreme Court, whether it's the balance of powers and checks and balances inside the government, which today, if you look on the streets of Israel, seem to be under threat. What about the Palestinians? The Palestinians did not have significant democratic institutions and regular elections in the early years of their movement, but in recent years, at least the past 30, 40 years, they have. There have been 2 national elections for the Palestinians in 1996 and in 2005, 2006. The problem, of course, is there have not been national elections for the Palestinians since then, over the past 20 years. Why? Generally because politicians don't like to have elections if they think they're going to lose them and if they have the capability to prevent them from happening. This is largely the case with Mahmoud Abbas or Abu Mazen, who reads the polls and recognizes that he has about a 10% approval rating. The Palestinian Authority writ large has maybe about a 10 to 20% approval rating among Palestinian citizens. And so ultimately, when it comes time to hold an election, even when deals are reached with Hamas or with the Israelis to have them, they find reasons to not actually hold them, in part because he would probably be voted out of office. And so the challenge for the Palestinians is that they don't really have accountability for their leaders. In terms of a free press, a lot of that is actually suppressed by Abbas and the PA. You're allowed as Palestinians to protest against the Israelis, but many of the PA are worried that those protests turn into protests against the PA itself, and so there's great concern about allowing free protest in places like around the Manara and Ramallah. There's also a lack of real checks and balances within the PA, where the Palestinian Authority president has a legislature, but most of what he says in terms of PA policy goes. And even though you poll Palestinians and you find 85 to 90% of all Palestinians want elections, they want them soon, over 70% of Palestinians don't expect them to happen anytime soon. So you have a situation where the will of the people is not being respected, where people want elections, but they also feel like they're not going to happen because of a corrupt leadership they don't believe in, and because of the fact that whether it's the Israelis, whether it's Palestinian leadership or others, they're not allowing their democratic elections to occur. What this leads to, I believe, both for Palestinians and for Israelis, is a loss of a generational shift in leadership, where you've had pretty much the same person, Mahmoud Abbas and Benjamin Netanyahu, leading Palestinians and Israelis for 2 decades. And if you ask Israelis and Palestinians today, are you safer than you were 20 years ago? Do you feel politically represented as well as you did 20 years ago? I'm not sure if you would have positive statements to be made there on either party. So, again, some negative things there to be said about the state of Israeli and Palestinian democracy today. But I'll say this, it's a lot easier to stand up here and make despair convincing as opposed to making hope practical when it comes to democracy in the Middle East, and particularly for Israelis and Palestinians. So I want to make a challenge to my co-panelists, to Professor Alshamary, to Professor Bailey, to Minister Chahed, to Mr. McGurk, who's going to speak later. I look forward to it, as well as to myself, which is, can we do things that make not just despair convincing, but make hope practical regarding democracy in the Middle East? So I don't ever lay down a challenge I won't take on myself. So I want to close with 2 points that I think give us some hope for Palestinian and Israeli democracy. The first comes from scholarship, which is, if you look in political science, and if you look at when leadership change happens, one of the most common times is after war. So as brutal as this conflict is today, that we all hope one way or another finds its end soon, we are likely to see, or at least more likely to see, leadership change both among Israelis and Palestinians in the aftermath of this conflict. And to the extent that we have not had generational shift or had not had fresh ideas for quite a while in either community, that's potentially something to look forward to. Secondly, I work over the summers with brave and brilliant Palestinians and Israelis in a couple of different person-to-person peace-building organizations. One is called Middle East Entrepreneurs of Tomorrow. One is called Our Generation Speaks. The biggest things I want to say from those experiences is this: do not let anyone ever tell you that there is not a partner for peace in the other community, because I work with hundreds of them every summer. Don't let anyone ever tell you that there are not Israelis who are proud or Palestinians who are proud, who are willing to humanize people in the other community and work with them to strengthen democratic values and strengthen ultimately peace between those societies. They are there. The challenge is that the generational leadership that we have in both societies is a couple ahead of the people that I'm seeing that have both fresh ideas and the ability, even if this terrible environment we're in now, to engage across community, reach out, and try to find a better outcome than what we have today. So again, if I'm looking forward to not just the terrible situation we're living in, but also the hope for the future for Israeli-Palestinian democracy, those are at least 2 bright spots I'm happy to talk about. So thank you very much.
So we actually have a mystery panelist, and Jonathan will introduce him in a minute, but I wanted to bring up one last case study very, very quickly, because I think it's interesting and telling. And it links into Jonathan's comments in his introduction, and you'll see why in a minute. So this is the case of Kuwait. Kuwait is not a democracy. It is not an absolute monarchy. It is something hybrid. Its parliament is elected in free and fair elections. There is debate in the National Assembly that's very lively. I've sat in on many, many, many of those sessions. And MPs really do represent their constituencies, and they have the authority to interpolate the cabinet ministers, including members of the ruling family. And they actually call this grilling, and let me tell you, it's grilling. they really lay them out on the grill, and they are not punished for doing so. It's part and parcel of the political system. After every parliamentary session, MPs answer questions from the press. They make the rounds to the diwaniyas, or the social places, and they meet with people in their district as they run for office and in between elections. But Parliament also had a reputation for gridlock. Kuwaitis looked at Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Doha, and these states, of course, are unhindered by representative bodies. And they saw in those places economic growth and progress and development that quickly surpassed Kuwait, which had been the most progressive and held the leadership role in the region for many years, until about 25 years ago when they were surpassed. Frustrated by the never-ending discussions that took place in Parliament, Arab Barometer reported that 66% of Kuwaitis, this was just last year, think that the parliament slows down the government and holds it back. 50% agreed that democratic regimes in general are indecisive and economic performance is weak. So last year, in May, almost a year ago, the new emir suspended parliament and parts of the 1962 progressive constitution, and he suspended parliament for 4 years. This is illegal, it's unconstitutional. The emir does have the right to suspend parliament, but he has to call elections within 60 days, and that, of course, hasn't happened. I was there when the emir gave his speech on TV announcing the suspension of parliament and changes that he will make in the constitution, and I have to say that everybody shrugged. There was almost no reaction. It was at least subdued. There were no protests, there was very little written about it in the press, and even my Kuwaiti friends didn't say very much about it. They just sighed. And that was a little depressing to me. When the emir suspended parliament, he promised to appoint a committee. In his speech, he said this, to propose constitutional amendments within 6 months. That hasn't happened. And then, of course, many Kuwaitis expected that Kuwait was going to develop with this new centralized system of technocrats, and the development was going to somehow very quickly surpass Dubai, and of course that hasn't happened either. What has happened in the past 10 months is the emir centralized and consolidated his power, even over other members of the ruling family, and the government withdrew citizenship from over 40,000 people, including women. The vast majority were women who were naturalized by marriage, by marrying a Kuwaiti man. I would say that Parliament would never have allowed this to happen. So also neighboring countries in the Gulf view Kuwait's democracy with annoyance or irritation, and they wish for autocratization in Kuwait. And perhaps there was some pressure to fall into line. I don't have any evidence of that, but I do know that 6 months later, Qatar changed its parliament to only an advisory role. But, and here's my optimistic conclusion to go along with my panelists. So the fact that development hasn't happened, the fact that all of these wonderful things that were supposed to happen haven't happened with the emir completely in power, and no critical issues have really been addressed at all, no promises have been kept. The same Arab Barometer report that showed such a lack of enthusiasm for Parliament last year also reported that 85% of Kuwaitis agreed that democratic regimes have problems but are still better than any other form of government.
So one of the reasons that we can speak about democracy in the region, other than coming at the point of the barrel of a gun or as a post-colonial transition, is because of the very influential case of Tunisia, which, of course, in December of 2010 into the winter of 2011, provided an example of what the Jasmine Revolution could bring to a region that was very much in need of democratic renewal. We are very honored and fortunate to have with us a former government leader in the audience, who is the former Prime Minister of Tunisia, Dr. Youssef Chahed. This is such a pertinent conversation to his own professional and personal experience that I asked if he would make a brief comment, and he kindly agreed. To introduce him, Dr. Chahed served as Prime Minister from 2016 to 2020. He was both the youngest head of government in Tunisia's history and the longest serving since that country's democratic transition in 2011. As Prime Minister, Youssef Chahed made significant advancements in the fight against terrorism. He launched an anti-corruption campaign, and he navigated severe economic challenges. Prior to becoming Prime Minister, he was Minister of Local Affairs, but also quite critically, he helped to conceive and carry out the presidential campaign that elected Beji Caid Essebsi to the Tunisian presidency. He holds a PhD from Paris Grignon, and he has taught economics in France, and right now he is a senior fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School. We are very grateful for you being here, Mr. Prime Minister. Welcome to Boston College. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jonathan. I'm deeply honored to be here today. Thank you for the warm welcome and for this interesting debate and about democracy. It's maybe it's a good time to talk about democracy. Yeah, all those Arab barometers, yeah, they're really, except the last one, it's always like this. If you ask people in the Arab street today what's the best form of governance, maybe they're looking more for a strong man to fix the economy rather than a specific type of regime or governance. And after that, but this does not mean that they are better under a dictatorship regime. And maybe it's not only the case in the Arab world. Today, you know, we see the rise of this combination of populism and social networks that create this perception that the people that you are electing in a democratic regime are not serving the interest of the people. And this creates kind of distrust, and this is maybe what happened in Tunisia. But then back to the Tunisian example, which I consider is full of lessons learned for many other Arabic countries, but also for any countries that would like to embark in a democratic regime. First, it is difficult to build a democracy, including a democracy in an Arab Muslim country, because you have to deal with issues like secular state, like political Islam. We remember after the revolution of 2011, we saw the rise of political Islam movement in Tunisia, in Egypt, Muslim Brotherhood, in Jordan, in Yemen, in all the Arab world. You know, the Arab Spring turned to be the rise of political Islam movements. So it was difficult to manage this. It was not expected for us. So those are difficulties that we faced immediately after the revolution. There was also difficulties in relation with the international situation, the rise of terrorism, Daesh, ISIS, all the Al-Qaeda groups that time really make it much more difficult. Tunisia as a democratic experience was attacked many times by these groups because they were not happy to see Tunisia moving to a democratic regime, for sure. So we were attacked, and this impacted the Tunisian economy, the tourism activity. When I arrived to the government, I remember in 2016, there was a travel ban from all European countries to travel to Tunisia, and this impacted our tourism industry and our foreign currency reserve, etc. So those are really planned attacks, and the rise of terrorism impacted the transition. But also, as I mentioned, representative democracies were not in a good condition worldwide, you know, and the rise of populism also And this make it much more difficult in a country where the institutions are not strong, because it's not an old democracy like in other countries, but when the institutions are fragile, so it's much easier to go back to a dictatorship regime. So those are difficulties. But then I think we did a lot of wrong political choices, or economic and political choices. Number one was to rewrite the constitution from scratch. This took like 2 years and a half, because you lose momentum. You know, people did a revolution, so they're expecting to have immediate results. And then after 3 years, we had a good constitution, but this is not an achievement. It's not enough for the population. And by the way, the current president used the same constitution that we were happy with, because it was a democratic constitution. He used an article of this constitution to turn it to a dictatorship regime. So a constitution doesn't, it is the way how political actors use this constitution and behave with this constitution. So I think we did some wrong political choices, including in the beginning, immediately after the revolution. As I mentioned, the political system that we choose, we usually, after so many years of dictatorship, we choose the political system that is at the opposite of the centralization of power. So we created a lot of institutions to manage the election, to manage the transitional justice, to manage the media, to manage, and we gave 100% independence to the justice. So the Minister of Justice has no relation with the judge. He cannot appoint them. He cannot remove them. But we ended with a system that we don't know who is governing the country. We dispersed the powers, because the philosophy that we wrote the Constitution with was something like avoiding the concentration of power to avoid the repetition of the dictatorship. But this ends with a system that is a blackmailing system. I give you an example. When I was prime minister, for example, if I have to appoint a minister, I can do that. But then if I want to change this minister, I have to go to the parliament to get approval. So then I am under the political party's approval, and then maybe you have to choose someone who can get the approval from the parliament and not the best skilled person for that job, you know. So we choose a political system that was not really adapted for the country. It required a lot of consensus, and you know, we were not used with that. Especially that the political class that you have after a dictatorship regime is a political class that is not used to run a country. The people that were confronting a dictator are courageous people, but they don't have any vision for the country. They are here to confront and to fight for human rights, etc. But then, when it turns to run a country, it is something different. You need to run a ministry, or you need a vision, you need a leadership, you need a governance. So the political class, that this is the problem with dictatorship regime, and we see that with Syria. You know, we end up with the Shara, who is a former Al-Qaeda, who is former, you know, fighters, etc. So I don't know what is the Syrian political class, but then, because Bashar al-Assad prevented everyone there was no political life, so you don't find a political class that is able to conduct this transition to democracy. And then we did a lot of political mistake immediately after the revolution. Another failure in Tunisia, and I think this is an important for Syria, it is about transitional justice. We failed in Tunisia in the transitional justice. So all those people that worked with the old regime, how you treat them? They are not all corrupted. Many of them were just instructed by the dictator to do things, but then many of them are skilled. And the people that come after the revolution, they were not skilled to run the country. So, and this will pose a big problem for Syria, because transitional justice is really key. And what about Joulani himself? I don't know if he will be under transitional justice. I mean, so this is an important thing for Tunisia, that we missed that. And for example, the media that were in Tunisia after the revolution were owned by the same people that before the revolution. You know that if you own a media under a dictatorship regime, it means you are working for this dictator. So how can you run media after that? because there was no transitional justice. This is just an example. And then, as I mentioned, we did strong economic mistakes as hiring people in the public service. We hired thousands of people in the public service to absorb the pressure of the street, and this created a cycle of debt, and we went to the IMF, and we entered in this cycle, increasing salaries, inflation, debt, etc., etc. Because also here another point, maybe at least in the case of Tunisia, it is much more difficult to establish a democracy after a revolution. Maybe it's not the best idea, and I don't know how many democracies were established after a revolution, because the revolution arrived with a certain idea. The young people who did the revolution, I'm not sure that they did it for democracy as per se. Maybe the elites were more, the elite who was westernized and have strong ties with Europe or with the US fight it for democracy. But the mass population was looking for more social equity, more or better redistribution of the wealth. And if you look to the Arab Spring, even if there are big differences between Tunisia, Egypt, but there are a lot of similarities. The Arab Spring started with an act of humiliation when Mohammed Bouazizi immolated himself in Tunisia. It is kind of rejection of the regime, the corrupted family of Ben Ali or Mubarak, but those people were looking for a better redistribution of the wealth, because Tunisia and Egypt used to grow at 5-6% at the time. There was a growth, but the distribution of this growth was not good. And there was a lot of divide between the east and the west, between the coastal region and the inner area of the country. So I am not sure that those people that went to the street, they learn or know a lot about democracy with all what does it mean. But they were more looking for maybe freedom and more social equity. And this make it much more harder, because it put all governments under huge pressure. The revolution was a strong social pressure. There was demonstration in the streets immediately, sit-in, they blocked the phosphate production, they blocked the oil and gas production, so the country found itself with less resources. And this understanding of the revolution was also exacerbated by political parties. Because here I came maybe to the third point, which is the behavior of the political parties and actors, globally speaking. I believe that the rise and the fall of a democracy, first thing is the behavior of political actors, political parties, union, prime minister, presidents, security forces. And in the case of Tunisia, we have many positive examples when the political actors behaved positively allowing this democracy to survive. The army never interfered, for example, in the political game in Tunisia, compared to Egypt, when after 18 months, the army stopped the process. Unions also played a positive role in the beginning in order to balance the political game, but then unions became interfering in the governments and blocking the production, etc. So I think the behavior of political actors is key at the end to decide whether there is a success or a failure in the democracy. So those are maybe quick thoughts. Maybe I will end by saying that democracy is, there's a learning curve, for democracy. It's not something that you publish in the official gazette, and it's not something that came overnight, or you just vote on Sunday morning and then you can say, yeah, we consider that we lived under democracy for 10 years. Tunisia was free, fair elections, etc. But then I'm not sure that this is the best example, including for Iraq. I'm not sure that the perception in the Arab street of the democracy in Iraq is positive. Because you need also some quick economic results. You need that people feel and link democracy to their economic and social situation, because you have a lot of forces that are against democracy and that they will play on that now. It's easy to link the bad economic situation with democracy, which is not true. Tunisia, now we are no longer in the democracy and the situation is worse. And no one is demonstrating in the street. But economically, if you look to the numbers and figures, so democracy, there is a learning curve. It needs content to evolve. It needs time. And maybe the hope is that history shows that there are waves of democracy, so maybe the next wave is coming soon for the Arab world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we do have, I think the other lesson is that democracy is fragile. If you put last panel along with our panel, I think that's what maybe we end the first panel too. Democracy is fragile. So we have time for a couple questions. So can anybody?
Thank you. My question is for Dr. Krauss. You mentioned that the Israelis have had a lot of elections and chances to go to the polls in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, the Palestinians have not. You cited one election in the 1990s and 2005. I wanted to know if you've had any chance to research as to U.S. efforts into trying to help the Palestinians with their democracy. As certain figures in this room know, when the U.S. wants to help Arab leaders have changes and have elections, they're capable of doing that, as we've seen in my own country in Iraq. So I was wondering, Palestine isn't a state, they're under occupation, they should technically be easier to work with and enforce leadership change. So what were the obstacles behind that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we definitely have people in the room who I'm sure can talk with them about that maybe a little bit later. I'll say a few things. The George W. Bush administration pushed for those elections in 2005, 2006, and then I think we're a bit chastened by the fact that Hamas won, and that was a bit of a surprise. I mean, Khalil Shikaki and other Palestinian pollsters, they recognized the split in Fatah, generationally, and the fact that Fatah was seen as corrupt by a number of Palestinians. But I don't think anyone foresaw that Hamas would win, nearly 2/3 of the seats in the council, and so I think that was a challenge, and I think it gets to the core issue with American democratization efforts in the region in general, and it goes to Professor Alshamari's points and Professor Bailey's points as well, which is the U.S. wants democracy in the region in a general sense, whether you want to make it from the argument of like democratic peace theory or this is living out American values or otherwise, but then the most popular parties or individuals in the Middle East right now are not necessarily going to be pro-American, either because of different values or because of America's behavior in the region, which a lot of people do not, support or approve of. And so Hamas winning those elections, I think, knocked back a lot of American efforts on that level, especially because the U.S. then tried to get Hamas to sign up to the Oslo Accord, didn't do so. Fatah and the Israelis arrested some of the Hamas elected officials. So there have been efforts since then to push the Palestinians towards elections, and the Americans have been part of that. I see a couple obstacles that are still there. Number one, of course, Abu Mazen, the fact that he looks at the polls and realizes he may lose. There's a story that after he lost, or after the previous polls, that he shook his fist and was like, Shikaki, who again, this is Palestinian pollster, told him he was going to win, and as we know, polls aren't always right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, Abbas is what, 90 these days? But I would say that, so that there's that challenge, number one, right? Number two, there's the challenge of who gets to vote, because as you mentioned, the Palestinians are geographically dispersed, West Bank, Gaza, Jerusalem. That's always a sticking point about whether the Israelis will allow Jerusalemites to vote or not, and Abbas sometimes used that as an excuse to say, we can't have elections unless the Jerusalemites vote, but sometimes it's just a cover for the fact he doesn't want to lose the election. I also think it's fair to say that the Israelis don't necessarily always want the Palestinians to have elections either, because either A, they like the current leadership of the PA, at least prior administrations did. The current ones are defunding the PA and seemingly want them to go away. But it's kind of a game where you need Fatah and Hamas to reconcile and want to have elections. You need the Americans to support the elections. You need the Israelis to support the elections. And then you need not a conflict or something like this going on right now to happen at the same time. So you need all of these elements to kind of line up. And if any one of them doesn't happen, it's like a veto power over the elections actually happening. And so to me, the story of the past 20 years is some combination of all of those things at all different times. And of course, it's more detailed and specific than that, but that would be my general answer.
Take one more. Another question?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can, I don't mean to, I may be sounding naive, but the doctor from Brown Hospital is not allowed into the country, or it's under litigation, because she went to the funeral of a terrorist. Now, is it common? Do the people over there in Lebanon consider it acceptable Do legitimate people consider it acceptable to go to funerals of terrorists or agree that it's okay to honor terrorists? I'm wondering is she off the wall or is she part of the mainstream?
You go first.
Yeah, so I think this goes back to my comment about the use of the word democracy. The use of the word terrorism is also thrown around very easily without very much context. From the perspective of people in southern Lebanon, Israel is the invader and has been the aggressor, and Hezbollah is the protector. So from your perspective in the US, this is a terrorist in the funeral of a terrorist. From their perspective in southern Lebanon, this is a person who runs an armed group that has protected them from Israeli incursions. And therefore you see a really big turnout at his funeral. I forget who, someone compared it to the turnout to Jamal Abdel Nasser's funeral in Egypt. So it's just a matter of perspective. Like from the perspective of the US, where you're thousands of miles away and the geopolitics of it are something you read in the newspaper, sure, like why would someone go out to a funeral like this? Or maybe it's incomprehensible why there would be so much support. I'll make you the comparison of people in the Middle East look at the US and wonder, why is there so much support for Donald Trump? It's really hard to understand people's opinions of local leaders when you're sitting so far away from the exact conditions that they're living through. So to contextualize it for you earlier, I said the damages to Lebanon are between $8 and $9 billion. 4,000 people dead, 17,000 people killed. And from the perspective of that particular group of Lebanese, it's Hezbollah that had fought back in response. Of course, you can say they also created the conditions for the war to happen in the first place, but this is from someone analyzing it from the outside. From the inside, it's just war leaders, simplicity in the entire enterprise, and the way that it's simple looking at the US from the Middle East and saying, oh, why on earth are they supporting Donald Trump so much?
Can I just add two quick final points? One is, if there's a big takeaway from this, you should not look at the Middle East in general, any individual country, as a unitary whole, right? So building on Professor Alshamary's points, I mean, Lebanon itself is an incredibly divided society. So there are Lebanese who would have the exact perspective that Professor Alshamary was just presenting and regarding folks in southern Lebanon. And there's other Lebanese who would say, Nasrallah is a terrorist, he's the worst guy ever, I don't support him at all. So there's diversity of opinion within the region. And then on your point on terrorism, which again Professor Alshamary raised, I teach a class on terrorism. The whole first 2 weeks we talk about controversies over the definition of the term and its application. One of the number one issues that's going to be decided right now in the US court system that the Trump administration is challenging is what defines material support for terrorism? Because we have a list of foreign terrorist organizations, Hezbollah is on it, but whereas previously it might be, are you giving money to the organization, are you giving know-how? Now it's, are you putting something on social media? Are you going to a funeral? Does that rise above the level that if you're a non-citizen that the President or Secretary of State could revoke, your residency? I think that's an open question the courts are going to decide, but it goes to exactly your point about how could people perceive this, or how do you think about terrorism? That's the big debate we're going to see right now.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience.
All right, we kept the time.
To thank that last panel, which was truly excellent and has given us, I think, a real tour of the horizon of the diversity of cases across the region, but also of the commonalities that they share. And that's also something which is quite striking, even across the great geographic diversity that we've covered this afternoon, just how common the themes are and just how ongoing the challenges are. Well, now it is a great honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Brett McGurk. He is a public servant who has advised the last 4 presidents, and he is one of the critical U.S. foreign policy actors of his generation. In his position as the White House's top Middle East negotiator, he acted as an intermediary, negotiating multiple hostage releases, forging international partnerships, and engaging with leaders across the Middle East. Before I continue introducing him, I want to mention that we are also fortunate to have Stephen Simon here to serve as his discussant. Mr. Simon also served on the National Security Council and in senior positions at the U.S. Department of State. And he has published widely in press and periodicals, including his recent book, Grand Delusion, The Rise and Fall of American Ambition in the Middle East, which was named a Best Book of 2023 by The New Yorker and Financial Times. and he is now a visiting professor at Dartmouth. But now a bit more about our keynote speaker. Brett McGurk served as a diplomat in Baghdad, helping to structure the legal framework for elections and participating in the promulgation of Iraq's interim constitution. He went on to serve as special assistant to the president and senior director for Iraq and Afghanistan under President Bush, and he was a chief architect of the surge that transformed U.S. strategy in the Iraq War, aiming to protect the local population while promoting democratic self-government. Under President Obama, he served as the senior advisor in the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs with a focus on Iraq and Iran. He spearheaded bilateral negotiations with Iran that led to the release of 6 U.S. citizens from the Evin prison, and he also played a key role in negotiating with Russia over the Syrian crisis. He worked closely with local forces on the ground against ISIS while serving as special presidential envoy under both President Obama and President Trump. And most recently, under the Biden administration, Mr. McGurk managed the U.S. responses to the regional crisis and war that followed the Hamas attacks against Israel on October 7th, 2023. He was the lead negotiator on the Gaza ceasefire and hostage release talks, which culminated in a successful agreement on January 19th, 2025. And over the more than 2 months that it lasted, dozens of hostages were released, and more than 2 million Gazans received critical humanitarian and food aid. It marked the longest cessation of hostilities since the latest outbreak of war. As a vital player in the 4 administrations that he has advised, Brett McGurk has faced some of the most challenging obstacles to implementing democracy. And the title of his talk today is The Pitfalls of Maximalist Aims, a first-hand account of democracy promotion in the Middle East. Please join me in welcoming Brett McGurk.
Thank you so much, everybody, for having me, and thank you, Jonathan, for inviting me to be here. When you called me to do this, I was just out of the administration and thought seriously about how to even broach this topic. The panels before me, I think, give a pretty broad breadth, but also why I chose and what you'll hear is really my firsthand account. I approach this as a practitioner, and what I aim to offer is experience over 2 decades of American history as a participant, for better or worse, in the arena, from the corridors of Washington to the battlefields in Iraq, Syria, capitals across the Middle East region around the world. And in doing so, I'll aim to draw some hard lessons and then open up the session to questions from a good friend of mine, from Steve. So let me start a little over 2 decades ago with an event that hasn't been discussed yet here, but I think is very relevant. And that was an early challenge to our own democracy in this century. And that was Bush versus Gore. And why start there? Well, that was a case that asked the Supreme Court back in 2000 to basically stop ongoing recounts in Florida. And the Supreme Court ruled and effectively handed the presidency to George W. Bush, as many of you will remember, but not all of you. And more importantly for these remarks, it's where my story starts, because less than 6 months later, after that decision, I began a clerkship at the Supreme Court for Chief Justice Rehnquist at the time, who had just sided with the majority. So this is the summer of 2001. The Supreme Court at that time, to me, I was a young, bright-eyed lawyer. I'd come from public schools in Connecticut. I went to UConn undergrad. I went to law school at Columbia. At the Supreme Court, felt like the center of the universe. And I dug into the work and the papers, and I learned about the Bush v. Gore case and how it was decided at the time. It was just kind of everything that I had been studying. There you are. And it was exhilarating, fascinating. It also seems quaint now, but this was also a time, the summer of 2001, of intense political divisions. At least that's how I remembered it at the time. Law clerks from the term before me who were on their way out were in pitched camps, and they seemed to never even want to see each other again. But, whatever one may have thought about that decision, Bush v. Gore at the time, the court had ruled, and based on the traditions of the rule of law that we've heard throughout the day here, In our country, the principle of judicial review dating back to Marbury versus Madison, which we've heard about, there was no serious questioning of it. The challenges were over. The court decided George W. Bush was president. That was kind of that. And I don't think I appreciated at the time just how precious that principle that we're talking about here today, the rule of law, not the rule of raw power, the rule of institutions and a constitution and traditions of democracy formed over 2 centuries truly was. So on the morning of September 11th, 2001, I walked to the Supreme Court from my apartment at the time, about a mile up Capitol Hill. And I remember that morning vividly, as I think anyone who lived through that day remembers it quite vividly. There were spectacular blue skies. It was perfect fall temperatures. I walked into the Supreme Court. We met the Chief Justice in his chambers, as we did every morning at 9 o'clock. And he told us he had just seen news that a plane had crashed into the World Trade Center. And we assumed at the moment it was a tragic accident, maybe a small commuter plane. Mind you, offices in the Supreme Court at that time had no internet service, not really cell phones, certainly no smartphones. And I returned to my office to get back to work, and U.S. Marshals came sprinting. My office was just next to the Chief Justice's chambers. And U.S. Marshals came darting down the hallway and running into his office. I remember their handcuffs and keys jangling, and I kind of still remember that sound at that moment. And I left my office, I followed them in, and they told the chief that America was under attack. That actually 2 commercial jetliners had hit the towers, another had hit the Pentagon, and more planes were in the air heading for, they speculated, the White House, the Capitol, maybe the court. Nobody knew. I was ushered out the back of the building, sprinting out the back of the building. We were directed to flee towards Union Station, and we were walking towards Union Station. And I was looking over my left shoulder in the blue sky, and there was black smoke wafting through the sky from the Pentagon, and expecting to see a plane coming for the Capitol. I'll never forget that. So America is now at war, and my country and my life would never be the same. I'm surprised by the panels that this moment, this definitive event that many of us lived through, was not kind of marked as a bit of a turning point. Certainly a turning point in my life, and I think in our country's life. In any case, I finished my clerkship. I went into private practice for a little bit, but I was restless with the churn of legal work, not finding it as exciting as I had before 9/11, and I wanted to do something more to serve. And I was closely following the national debates at the time. I was reading everything I could about terrorism and paths to political violence and extremism. I tended to agree with those that argued at the time that a root cause of the terrorism that had just reached our shores actually stemmed from a lack of democracy in the Middle East region. That argument went like this. Middle East governments, including the regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, might not have had anything to do with 9/11, but the roots of extremism, that these dictators held power only by brute force, and to do so, they deflected the anger and the frustration and the anomie of their own populations away from themselves and towards us, towards the West, towards the United States. So we were the scapegoats for the dictators like Saddam Hussein or Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran or the Taliban, who held power not with the consent of their population, but through ruthless and brutal oppression. Thus, to protect ourselves and dry up the conditions from which terrorism arose, the United States, this is the argument went at the time, go pick up The Economist from fall of 2001, this is the argument. We should embark on opening up these societies and establishing democratic systems where authoritarianism had been the norm for decades, if not centuries. And analogies were made at the time to World War II, where Germany and Japan, after the bloodiest war in history, became allies in constitutional democracies. Therefore, after 9/11, America, again, we had a right and even an obligation to protect ourselves by making more people freer under democratic systems. Democracies do not attack democracies. Core argument at the time, and enough was enough. Frankly, I found that argument compelling. And why should people in Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan not enjoy the same freedoms and opportunities that we enjoy here? And if the governments of those countries chose to harness their people to be committed enemies of ours, then those governments placed themselves in our crosshairs. This was not an outlier argument, as I mentioned. John McCain, we heard about the Munich Security Conference just now, but John McCain at the Munich Security Conference, but even before the Iraq War began, it's in 2002, quote, John McCain, "Today, the free people of Europe and America turn our attention to lands where freedom's absence not only offends our values, I think we can all agree we want more democracies in the world, but imperils our security." So it was a key argument. This is kind of an underwriting driver of the Iraq War, separate from WMD, and if you followed the debates at the time. So fast forward to the fall of 2003. It's about 6 months after America's invasion of Iraq. I received a call in my law office that changed my life forever, and is probably the only reason anyone would want to hear me speak today. Because had it not come, I'd probably have just been a lawyer. Would have been a very different life. But on the other line was a friend of mine who was serving in the Bush administration. He said he had just been in a meeting talking about Iraq, and the topic was the constitutional process, and they needed more people in Iraq who kind of knew about constitutions and could maybe advise the Iraqis who were then embarked on writing one. And he asked if I'd put my hat in the ring for such a job. In any case, shortly thereafter, in January 2004, I landed in Baghdad. Again, I was a lawyer. I had no security clearance. I was sent to work on the legal structure. And I landed in Baghdad in the middle of a war zone. It was freezing cold. I did not expect that at the time. I remember my bags were thrown off a military cargo plane into a puddle. It was raining. It was not a great start. In any case, I was directed into a vehicle with some other military lawyers who were there to take me to my office. And we soon sped out the airport complex onto a road where the driver said this road is known as the highway of death due to the attacks on the road every day, suicide bombs and snipers, and hulks of burnt out vehicles were lining the road as we swerved through traffic. And it was the most harrowing ride of my life, but also left a visceral, very early impression that our campaign in Iraq, no matter how well intended, may not have been going very well. And we had not even secured the road to the airport. We arrived at the palace that was then the headquarters for the Coalition Provisional Authority, known as CPA. We were the occupying power in Iraq. The United States and our few coalition partners were the occupying authority in Iraq. And mind you, I have to remind you, sometimes histories have been written that I have been at the right seat of everything that's happened. I had nothing to do with decision to invade Iraq, dissolving the Iraqi army, all this stuff that happened till this point. But I was there to try to address some of the consequences of those decisions. Now, the CPA, which I was now working for, had authorities under a UN Security Council resolution to work with Iraqis along a timeline for a political transition to a democracy. And that transition had 5 steps. First, to draft an interim constitution. Second, to then establish an interim government under that interim text. Third, to elect a new parliament to draft a permanent constitution. Fourth, hold a national referendum to ratify that constitution. And finally, to hold elections for a new government under the new constitution. Mr. Prime Minister, probably similar to what you worked on in Tunisia. So that was the path that had been developed to set up a constitutional democracy in Iraq, and it really was not a bad one. The process would take about a year, underwritten by U.S. military forces helping to train Iraqis, provide basic security in the country. But the fatal flaw in this plan was that there really was no security in Iraq. And rockets would pour down on what was then known as the Green Zone. Trips around Baghdad became impossible. Colleagues of mine on trips got ambushed. The insurgency in the country growing stronger. More Iraqis and Americans were dying every week. And the assumption underlying American policy at the time, as I would later learn once I took on more senior positions, was that the worsening security was due to the lack of political progress, and therefore by focusing on the political progress, this transition I mentioned, we would ultimately resolve the security problem. That was the whole theory of the driving theory of the policy. My job was to focus on that political process, and that's what we did. We drafted an interim constitution. About 6 months after I landed, we dissolved the CPA altogether. An interim Iraqi government took charge of basic decisions. But unfortunately, with every milestone we hit, the security problem actually got worse, not better. The entire assumption underlying our policy that worsening security was a byproduct of political discord, and thus to get a handle on the security crisis, we needed more political progress, was flawed. But it was never seriously questioned because there was always another political milestone around the corner, and that might be the one that finally would turn the corner. Summer of 2005, I started a new position in the White House at the National Security Council, again focused on the Iraq crisis. And on paper at this time, things seemed to be going okay. The Iraqis completed a permanent constitution. They endorsed it in a national referendum. The political transition had moved just as we had outlined over a year earlier. And now we were at the ultimate step, a national election under the new constitution for a new government. And that election was actually a huge success with high turnout across the country. But it then took months to form a new government. And in the interim, a terrorist group known then as Al-Qaeda in Iraq, later rebranded as ISIS years later, destroyed a Shia mosque and unleashed a torrent of sectarian violence. This is in 2006. Hundreds of Iraqis are now dying every day just in the capital of Baghdad. U.S. troops, far too few and overstretched, were caught in the middle. And mind you, this was after the whole political process I'd outlined had succeeded. We'd kind of reached the end of that timeline. From inside the White House, I became a vocal critic of our war strategy. And working in White Houses, it is actually not easy to be actually stand up in the Oval Office or Situation Room and say this is actually not working. But a few of us did. If you read Bush's memoir, Decision Points, he mentions me and a few others at this time he called us a kind of band of brothers, like really trying to drive a change in what we were doing. But I believe we had the assumption backwards, in that without security, and Spencer mentioned this earlier, without security, and that meant more security resources, and that would mean more American troops, which nobody at the time wanted to talk about, there would never be political progress, because politics, the give and take of democracy, cannot succeed or take root when people are focused on just their own survival. So this led to a reversal of the policy that had been in place since the start of the war, a surge of 30,000 additional American troops, beginning in early 2007, and with a new mission to secure the population, as Jonathan mentioned in introducing me. So American strategy now recognized for the first time that without prioritizing basic security needs, there was no serious hope of political progress. But now let me step back and return to the theme of this symposium, because those who advocate for policies to democratize the Middle East region, and what I'm talking about here is an assertive American policy, different than organic movements, but assertive American policy to support democratization. Presuming it's in our power and interest to do so, those who advocate for that point to Iraq not as a supportive example, but as a blunder. But you can't have it both ways, because it's in Iraq where the United States did invest decades, billions of dollars, over 4,000 lives to support the development of a democracy in the Middle East. So pointing to Iraq as misbegotten while otherwise supporting grand ambitions to advance democracy elsewhere, I think presumes with no empirical evidence that we might achieve more with less. And that logic fails to heed what I think is the most important lesson of all from the Iraq experience. If any of you are involved in foreign policy, students, or down the road, this is the core lesson to me. And it goes to any policy in foreign affairs. The debilitating mismatch from the start between ends, ways, and means. And the alignment of ends, ways, and means is just the essence of strategy in human affairs. And in foreign policy, it's inside that gap between ends and means that folly lies. That's what I've experienced as an iron law. And it's often unheeded to the peril of leaders and nations. So just to the lesson, think about this. The United States invaded Iraq in 2003, which I later dealt with a force of 130,000 troops, very few allies, and a maximalist, nearly infinite aim to overthrow a dictatorship and establish a constitutional democracy. Just by way of comparison, the 1991 Gulf War, there was over 450,000 American troops, in that military operation, a coalition of 35 countries, and a far more limited objective. We get Iraq out of Kuwait and reinstall the Kuwaiti monarchy. So 1991 Gulf War, limited well-defined ends, nearly 4 times the means. 2003 invasion of Iraq, maximalist ends, 1/4 of the means. It's a core lesson and something we got fundamentally wrong. And yet, after 2 decades, despite the mistakes from the start, one might argue that this maximalist goal was met. And that's why Dr. Alshamary's point was actually very compelling to me, and not one I hear all the time. Because few might defend Iraq as a model democracy, but we're talking about the Middle East here, and compared to, you have to ask compared to what? Iraq has now had 5 national elections, 6 peaceful transitions of power. It's set to hold its 6th national election later this year. It's the only Arab state really in the region. No offense to Tunisia, but I'm talking about right now. The election is not predetermined. The country's overcome massive challenges, including ISIS, pernicious pressure from Iran. I think Iran has not been mentioned enough when it comes to some of the challenges here. While retaining its constitutional structure, debating big questions of resource allocation, interpretation of Islam and democratic values, through a political process, albeit frankly with outcomes that might enrage one constituency or another in the country, or many in Washington, as was also mentioned at the last panel. But it is a democracy. No doubt the country's rife with problems, but there's no sign of Iraq backsliding on elections or the basic premise that the country must be governed under a democratic constitution. So, for those who believe American policy should focus or emphasize on democratization in the Middle East, why not point to Iraq today as an example, a positive example? I think the answer is the cost. And few today would justify the cost in American lives and dollars and treasure for the Iraq we see today, and it's something I frankly struggle with myself. And the lesson I've drawn after a lot of thought is not that we should do more in terms of promoting democracy with far less. There lies the folly of the iron law I mentioned, but rather that we should focus on more realistic proximate aims within our reach and influence and within our means, and tied a little more directly to the national security interests of our country. We simply do not have the capacity, the attention span at acceptable cost to take on projects of determining whether any given country should have a more democratic system of government, let alone trying to implement such grand designs in the most complex region, one of the most complex regions of the world. You might counter that Iraq is an outlier example. So let's not draw conclusions about the efficacy of American-led democratization based on the Iraq experience, but let's consider some other examples. I'll do it very briefly so we get to questions. But Libya, the United States and NATO embarked on a military campaign to remove the Gaddafi regime. There have been multiple UN Security Council resolutions calling for elections. To date, there have been no elections. The country is effectively divided in half. At one point, it was a stronghold for ISIS in North Africa. It's fed instability in Tunisia, into southern Europe, in sub-Saharan Africa. Syria, Syria's been mentioned. In 2011, the United States declared the maximalist goal of regime change in Syria, but without anywhere near the commitment given to Libya or Iraq, as there was never any real support in Washington for military intervention other than for the limited objective of defeating ISIS. We back various factions of one persuasion or another against a regime backed very heavily by Russia and Iran. Perhaps we should have done more. That really was not in the cards. In any event, it was a policy that violated that iron law I mentioned. So now 10 years later, more than 10 years later, 10 years after the UN Security Council resolution calling for elections and a political transition, and yet that really has gone nowhere. And even after the Assad regime has fallen, with the rebel advance led by al-Shara, who was mentioned, the former leader of al-Qaeda in Syria, talk about unintended consequences. That new government has rejected that transition formula put together by the UN. But I happen to still believe that we should help this new Syria succeed. That means waiving sanctions as the system matures, maintaining our secure military presence in northeast Syria is quite important, trying to do what we can to ensure the protection of minorities. But whether or not Syria becomes a flourishing democracy at the end of the day is something that Syrians must and ultimately will determine. I offer one final example, and Peter, you mentioned it in the questions, but that's where Washington did support and endorse a democratic election, but with just massive unintended consequences that we're now very much still dealing with, and that's Gaza. I was not involved at the time, but I was certainly involved in some of the consequences years later, which I'm happy to discuss in the question and answer. But in 2005, Israel pulled out of Gaza entirely. All its troops, even exhumed as dead, gone, out. Around the same time, Gaza held elections, and Hamas, that was just discussed, won, and later consolidated power in an armed struggle with the Palestinian Authority. In my view, looking back, Washington probably should not have supported an election in which Hamas was a main party running, did not sign up to the PLO principles determined by its own charter for the destruction of Israel. Because so long as Hamas is ruling Gaza, there's just never any hope for a peaceful resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or any hope for a serious reconstruction of Gaza with the international backing that is required. So again, for those who advocate democracy promotion, U.S.-led democracy promotion as a fundamental tenet for Middle East policy, it's another example where a democratic election led not to better outcomes for anyone, but in my view, a catastrophe for the region and for the Palestinian people those elections were meant to serve. But let me conclude and look ahead on a far less despairing note, because I very much agree with what was the theme of this last panel. The lessons of strategy that I'm talking about, the iron law, ends, ways, and means, should not invite paralysis, but just rigor in defining our interests and our objectives. And the Middle East today may not be a path to achieve the maximalist aims that shaped the foreign policy debate before the Iraq War, but there are trends of potential and promise that I think we can and should support, and particularly by bolstering security partnerships and deterring broader conflicts, because that's a fundamental element of security. But if you look around today, the Assad regime in Syria is gone, and a new system is emerging, and it's one that offers some hope after so much destruction and conflict. Hezbollah in Syria is defeated. I think that's a good thing. We can talk about the Lebanon war, but Hezbollah being on its back foot ultimately I think is good, and Lebanon is now finally has a fully sovereign government with a president asserting its own independence and sovereignty. There's some real opportunity there. Iran, which I mentioned, and I think Lawrence Moore mentioned, we were talking about trends of democratization in the region, but its revolutionary system that stokes chaos across the region, it's in its weakest position in decades. Its youthful population, led by women, is rejecting the system altogether. Something, again, I think we should support. The Gulf is undergoing this extraordinary liberalizing economic trend that's also translating to more rights and opportunities for individuals, particularly women. Iraq, as has been mentioned, generally stable, preparing for elections later this year. I could go on. There's visions of broader integration, things that we talked about in the Biden administration, the Trump administration has picked up. All trends that we can, I think, encourage and nudge with proximate aims pursued through an active diplomatic presence and a sustained military footprint, which is necessary, air, land, and sea. They do not require interventionist policies of regime change or declared aims of establishing democratic systems. After all, I think, is democracy ever effectively advanced through an aggressive American policy of such grandiose objectives? And probably not. Countries like South Korea or Philippines did not emerge from authoritarianism to democratic systems by an American or else. It emerged over a security umbrella, which allowed those systems to develop over time, time being key. And without security, again, there is nothing. So in the Middle East, by supporting the trends I just highlighted, remaining present, engaged, militarily, diplomatically, deterring aggression from Iran or from ISIS or Al-Qaeda, that's how moderate trends emerge and extremists lose over time. I think it'd be the wrong lesson to give up altogether or to withdraw support from long-term partners simply because they may not today adhere to democratic values, which have been established here over centuries. After all, in America, neither present nor engaged only ensures a vacuum to be filled by extremist non-state actors or revisionist authoritarian states like China, Russia, or Iran. It's an outcome against any agenda to promote liberal values. So that may not be called democracy promotion, but it's probably the only plausible path for promoting the ingredients of democracy, whether in the Middle East or anywhere else over time. So thank you so much for listening. I'm happy to take your questions.
sort of an odd situation because it's an odd situation because I haven't turned the mic on. There we go. I'm broadly sympathetic to the thrust of your remarks. We're twins separated at birth, that kind of thing. But it's my job to challenge you. So in a sense, I have to betray my own impulses and preferences and ideological predispositions to put you on the spot. Not an easy thing to do, really, psychologically or as a practical matter. But I want to go back to something that you said at the end of your remarks, which was your gesture of optimism, hope, that there's room for democracy promotion, and in fact there are possibilities for democratic transitions in the region, something that we all want to hear. So that's great. Now, I want to juxtapose that with your first, I think your first foray as I forget what your title was, special coordinator or something.
On what?
Your title under Biden.
Coordinator, yeah.
Coordinator, yeah. You gave us a speech at, I think it was the Washington Institute, which is a Washington, Beltway operation that's favored by some degree people on the right and people who favor a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship. And so you sketched out, I thought, really well, in architectural terms, really, what U.S. policy under Biden would be in the region. And you reprised some of those points, actually, in your remarks today, putting the emphasis on security partnerships and so forth. But in that entire speech, there was not one word derived from the Greek stem demos. Nothing. Which sort of suggested that, from the get-go, democratization as an objective of U.S. policy, even a derivative objective of U.S. policy, was sort of, passé. It wasn't worth mentioning, as it were. So I thought it might be useful to ask you about how you look back on that moment against your views right now about possibilities for democratization.
Thanks, Steve. Fair question. I think that speech was at the Atlantic Council, but in any case, I don't think American policy should be focused on democracy promotion in the Middle East. And to put that as our objective, it leads to all sorts of problems. I think there's no efficacy in it. So I have to go back to that speech, but I think the point we were making was kind of a return to pragmatism and a bit of realism, but with a recognition that we need to be engaged in this region. And so Tunisia is a good example. Tunisia is a backsliding democracy, and I was there for Qais Said when he basically seized power. What does America do in that situation? We have a military relationship with Tunisia. We have an economic relationship with Tunisia. China is actively courting Tunisia. If you're driving in Tunis, there's the diplomatic training center built by China. Okay. Is it in our interest to say, man, this country is going the wrong way, so we're going to... The building, okay. But still, you notice, it's not... to say... But look, there's ports, there's all sorts of strategic... To say, if you're in a job like mine in the White House, you know what, this country's going in a backsliding democratic track. We're going to cut economic assistance. We're going to cut military assistance. That's like a very difficult question. And in my view, I do think we are in a massive competition with China and Russia in the Middle East, a little less so with Russia now. certainly with China, and I do think we have to be very clear and cold about what that means. And that means our relationships with countries that are not democracies are still fundamentally important to our national interests. And I don't put that as a goal for the United States policy. But as I mentioned, Philippines and South Korea, I'm not an expert in those countries, but we had a security commitment, a treaty commitment, and over time and decades, that security umbrella produces results that are not only in our national security interests, but also in the interests of more liberal trends and moderation. And that's another reason I think we have to have those types of policies in the region. But yeah, I would not put the democracy as a core goal for our U.S. policy in the Middle East.
So let's look back on Iraq for a moment, because your account there was extremely interesting in the way that you presented a choice for an occupying power, like the United States was in that circumstance, between ensuring security as a means of ultimately stabilizing the politics, or trying to stabilize the politics and subordinating that goal, rather subordinating security to that goal. Okay, and I was struck by the way you framed that, because it seemed to me to be something of a false choice, even in the case of Iraq. So, and I mean that in two ways. The first, the more general way, is that even the United States, generally speaking, can walk and chew gum at the same time. And there would presumably have been a way to synchronize our efforts to ensure security and promote political development and stability. But in your framing, it seemed as though that really wasn't an option. Now, my instinct would be to say, actually, we never really had the option of stabilizing politics because of the way in which the United States had approached Iraq to begin with, which was to decapitate it and eviscerate all of its administrative capacity in essentially an instant. And that pushed Iraq in the direction of Iraqis in the direction of seeking shelter under sectarian flags and sectarian warlords, and so forth. And once that process was underway, then U.S. efforts to stabilize Iraq from a security perspective were going to be seriously challenged. On the question of the number of troops involved and how that played into American incapacity to get a grip on the security situation, I'm not so sure I agree with that. Now, of course, I wasn't there, so just give me the benefit of the doubt while I sketch out the argument. You could argue that 150,000 troops or so that the United States had in Iraq at that time would have sufficed to stabilize the country if they had been used differently than the way that they were used. And I'm thinking back, excuse me, my mouth is really dry. I'm thinking back to sort of the Casey formula, General George Casey's formula for governing Iraq, or for stabilizing Iraq from a security perspective, and then later on, David Petraeus's approach. The addition of 30,000 troops at the height of the surge to the U.S. End strength in Iraq at the time was not, a huge plus up considering the size of the problem. It was really a question of using troops differently than they had been used. So I guess the question I'm asking you is whether the trade-off, the massive trade-off between security first and democracy first was really somehow ontological, or whether the balance between those two values, those two goods, could have been struck in ways that would have led to a different outcome?
I mean, it's a big question, which should limited time, but look at when Don Rumsfeld was the Secretary of Defense, that period, and then afterwards. That's a key distinction. Not only more resources, but in how those troops were used. So I don't take issue with what you said. I mean, there's a fundamental question of whether Iraq, in our experience there, was a failure of conception, meaning the entire conception of invading, toppling a dictatorship, establishing democracy, or execution. We could have done something different. We could have had a division come out of Turkey. We tried that. We almost had that. Could have had more forces at the beginning. But also, to your point, yes, we should. A very different approach was taken with the surge. Not just more resources, but we're going to have forces in the population centers with a population security mission, which is hugely controversial to do. Petraeus supported it. He became the commander, but writ large within the Pentagon at the time, that was not something that anybody really wanted to do. But it was we had pockets where we knew it could work. So it was a more resources allocation, but also a very different military mission, fundamentally different. And it's not a total I mean, you need that basic security to allow the political system to mature and allow the host nation security forces to have the confidence to secure their own population, which eventually I think took hold. Now, we then had a lot of history since then, but I think the ability of the Iraqis to basically hold the line even after ISIS and to be able to recover from that was, a byproduct, the foundation I do think was set during that surge period.
Yeah. I guess the point I was veering toward was just really a bit more maybe the advisability of some caution about the trade-offs involved between security and democratization in these kinds of stabilization operations. Now, I'm skeptical that there will ever be such an operation, at least in my lifetime, so let's say within the next 10 minutes. But seriously, could be decades before there's a revamping of American security policy in a way that would turn democratization once again into an objective for U.S. policy. But I'd argue that that was already the case in the wake of Iraq, and certainly by the beginning of Obama's administration. There wasn't all that much interest in pursuing democratization anywhere, and the same attitude, I think, prevailed once the Arab Spring was underway. And I was quite struck by that. Very shortly after the transition in Tunisia, I went out to Tunis with Secretary Clinton, as sort of the White House hanger-on, in the delegation. And what I was impressed was what impressed me was that we had so little to offer the Tunisians. I mean, just about nothing. And I thought it was really rather brave of Hillary Clinton to walk in there and, hold out the interiors of her pockets and say, well, I'm sorry, but we can put in a good word for you at the World Bank. We can do that. I can find time for a call here. But as a practical matter, we had no resources, particularly for problems that for the transitional government were extremely pressing, particularly housing, for young people. There was a crisis I don't have to tell you that, obviously, but there was a crisis in Tunisia on that score, and the United States really could contribute nothing. And that sort of leads me to another question. which is how much did the failure of U.S. Democratization initiatives during this period, especially the Arab Spring, owe to the fact that Congress would not appropriate funds for the support of transitions, such that the United States might have been able to at least give the transitional governments a bit of a, a heads up?
You were there, so I'd have to ask you about that question. If you had more money, would it have led to a better transition? Maybe, but it's just so dynamic and complex, and the idea that some program out of our embassy might have, I'm skeptical. It doesn't mean you shouldn't invest in it and shouldn't have programs like Radio Free Asia or whatever it is. But the overall efficacy, I mean, these things have such a local character. Americans come in and out of these embassies every year. We rotate in and out. And so I am skeptical of our ability to have a kind of a linear process that can really kind of help lead a country if the organic factors aren't there. And I think the Prime Minister is very, honest about some mistakes they made about a constitutional process went on for 2 years that led to the disgruntlement of those who had led the revolution. I think those kind of factors, I think, are far more important than whether or not we have a well-funded USAID program.
So I would like to take this opportunity to open the conversation to those assembled here. So if anybody would like to add their question or comment to this conversation, we have a microphone here, which Sam will pass to you. I'm going to go first to Professor Guy Biner.
Thank you for that. I'm not entirely convinced or persuaded that America ever really was fully committed to promoting democracy in the Middle East, but we'll put that aside. I mean, it was committed. Whether it was fully committed, whether that was the real goal, I'm not persuaded. But looking at it now, I would definitely say that the current administration, that's no longer a goal of the current administration. Therefore, I wanted to ask, looking back, so what do we lose from that? What do we change from no longer being officially, in the rhetoric, committed to promoting democracy? Does that change policy in a significant way if we take that bit of rhetoric away?
I think I'd agree with Steve. I don't think it has been a driving force of our Middle East policy for some time across administrations. I think we have to be honest about that, and I frankly think for good reason, for the reasons I laid out. I think our ability to effectuate something like that, particularly with all the problems we're undergoing here, which were discussed in some of the earlier panels, I am quite skeptical as someone who's seen it quite up close. So I guess the answer I would give is no.
Professor Angie Piccone on that side.
Thank you. Thank you for this conversation. So I'll stand up because I'm short. So I come from a different part of the world, from Latin America, and given the title of this talk, of the symposium, what do you think are the lessons learned in the Middle East that can inform policy in other parts of the world in advancing or trying to promote the necessary steps so that we have democratic futures in places like Latin America or other parts of the world?
I would not support invading a country and trying to reform and create a whole new system. Look, I'm a believer in long-term American engagement, consistent, persistent, pays long-term dividends. And one thing I've learned in being across 4 administrations is just how short 4 years are to most countries around the world, especially in the Middle East. right now it's all Trump, but like the world might look very different 4 years from now, and a lot of the leaders we deal with know in 4 years you could be dealing with a completely different system. I think what has made the practice of foreign policy so difficult in this era that I talked about is that our changes have been so massive. So for George W. Bush to Obama, to Trump, to Biden, to Trump, it's like such a whiplash effect. And I hope we could get back to some sense of that term, the Overton window, is used to. you have kind of a window of foreign policy that more or less we're operating in. Sometimes it has to be shifted one way or the other, but we've kind of lost that. So it makes it hard, I think, to have any predictability. But anyway, I would just hope the answer is engagement, partnerships, and patience.
Okay, so let me see here. In the second row here.
Hello. A September 2024 article in The Atlantic reported that you pushed back against criticism of Israel's military tactics by referencing the U.S. siege of Mosul against ISIS during the Obama administration. Can you elaborate by what you meant by that comparison? And did this kind of policy dissent, whether it was from, as it reported in The Atlantic, individuals like Deputy National Security Advisor Jonathan Feiner or other outside groups, did that pressure meaningfully shape policy discussions at the highest level, or was it largely symbolic? Thank you.
Sorry, what did it say I said? I don't know.
It says that you pushed back against criticism of Israel's military tactics by referencing the U.S. siege of Mosul against ISIS under the Obama administration.
That would just be completely. One thing, working in Washington, stuff comes out. It's like, I don't even know what that's referencing. But no, I would say I was there in Mosul. It was a battle. Brutal. And if you went to West Mosul, the whole city was destroyed. We had voices sometimes early in the Gaza war saying, well, look what we did in Mosul. We had a big humanitarian plan, and as if it wasn't a brutal, horrible war. The point is, war is awful. But any idea that someone said, oh, look at that, that's just completely false. In Mosul, we had a massive humanitarian plan. We got 1 million civilians out of Mosul. It was a huge success. It was the greatest fusion of humanitarian and military operational coordination ever. And yet Western Mosul was completely destroyed. We got most civilians out, but the difficulty with Gaza is that civilians have nowhere to go, and that the enemy is underground. It is an awful, awful war. So it's a very different thing to talk about the brutal nature of warfare in an urban environment versus defending attack. That's just a false characterization. But the difficulty about Gaza, the population has nowhere to go. And I have to be honest, even when the Israelis came to the UN early and said, we're going to make this part of Gaza a humanitarian zone, the UN said, no, we can't be a part of that. Because that would be, we would somehow then give an imprimatur to your military operation. Well, then where are people supposed to go? And so sorry, I don't know exactly what that was referencing, but no, it'll be a false characterization.
Professor Rosenfeld in the front row.
Thank you. So I have a question that's inspired by your comment that China's rising role in the Middle East really concerns you and calls for, you said, sort of a cold assessment of some pragmatism. And I guess I'll put this in a maybe intentionally provocative way, but I'm listening and I'm thinking, so are we really going to outflank China materially with purely transactional basis? Isn't it maybe the ideas democracy among them that are our comparative advantage. So I'm interested
Sure,
in your
yeah, it's a good
reactions.
question.
Yeah, thanks.
UAE today announced a $1.5 trillion investment here in our AI and everything else. Why are countries coming in our direction when it comes to AI? I think tomorrow there's a panel on AI because they think we're winning. And 2 years ago, when AI became like a strategic concept in the leadership meetings, which was not the case, I think, before 2022, there was a big question of where all those resources were going to go. I think it's very much in our interest to have them come here, be in our ecosystem. That's because of our example and because of our innovation base. And you're asking a very fair question. And I think it is partially our model, our values, that ultimately are attractive. But I mean, there's a big question every 4 years in Washington of whether we should be in the Middle East at all or massively shift resources into the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's a huge mistake because, first of all, we're a global power, we can do many things at once. But I know what China's ambitions are in the Middle East region. They want military bases, they want technology partnerships, and it's in our interest to, our comparative advantage on that is we have such long-standing partnerships there that we want to strengthen. But that does not mean that we don't try to advance our value. We're the only country in the world, probably the only country in the world, if you're having a meeting in Cairo, on the agenda is human rights. Not the only country in the world, but one of the great powers in the world right now. We talk about human rights. We talk about values. At least we did in our administration, and got a lot of people out of prison. But still, the record is very much imperfect. So yeah, it's a fair question, and I don't want to suggest that we completely lose sight of what makes us special. But I do think there are really hard power equations. And that question of AI and investment in that sector is a critical one right now in this part of the world.
Back row here, and then, okay, you guys.
Thank you. My question would be, since you mentioned sort of long-term American engagement, in terms of Gaza and the Gaza-Israeli conflict right now, what sort of long-term American engagement would you see as most productive towards like long-term American security goals and then long-term goals of peace between the two parties, if you see those things as differing?
I think an American role is critical. I think a very hard reality to this problem is something I mentioned briefly in the talk, but so long as Hamas is controlling Gaza, it imperils any option for a better future. You're not going to have international reconstruction. You're not going to have an interim security force. You're not going to have any hope of a political path between Israelis and Palestinians. And what I have found in being a part of these negotiations for some time is that Hamas is determined at the end of the day to stay in power. And they don't care at all about the Gazans at all. It's all about their narrative and staying in power. And I do believe there is a formula, however, and the way we tried to structure this deal is that by the end of that process where all the hostages are released and it's a massive also release of Palestinian prisoners, you can have a political formula where Hamas actually does relinquish power. You can have an interim force. The American military would not be in Gaza, but we would play an enabling role, probably based in Egypt. There are things we can do. I mean, it's all there. But so long as Hamas insists on remaining in power in Gaza, it is a fundamental obstacle to anything. And I wish there was more attention to that point. And the way Hamas presented itself during the hostage deal, coming out in full military uniforms, doing those grotesque displays made that future much harder. That's just the reality of the, I'm kind of approaching this as like an analyst, as someone also been dealt with it. Like, if Hamas's core goal is we're staying in power no matter what, don't care what happens in Gaza, don't care how many people die, there's like no future. And I've talked to the hostages who've come out, a number of them, and one of them told me that he's with his captors for 440 days. And not only did they not once display any ounce of concern, but they would watch, this is what he told me, they would watch how the destruction of Gaza on Al Jazeera and laugh. Because in their narrative, this is like what they're actually after. And it's happening right now. The war, the ceasefire's broken down. I think there's a way to get back to it. It's with a hostage-prisoner exchange. But immediately they're shifting into their narrative, and it's like that's what they care about. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but it is the obstacle to any hope here is that Hamas entrenchment and remaining in power. It doesn't mean Hamas is going to go away as a political movement, but their insistence on remaining in power as a military force in Gaza, so long as that happens after October 7th, there's like no path.
Question in the back from Clara, and then from...
Hello. I know you said that you don't think that democracy promotion should be like a core feature of American foreign policy because it doesn't have the effects that we're intending. I was wondering if, putting that aside, you would say that it makes any difference to American security interests whether another country is a democracy or not. Thank you.
It's a hard question to answer, really, because there's a theory that democracies do not attack democracies, but democracies also, Iraq was mentioned, and Dr. Alshamary's point. A lot of policies of Iraq we don't like. They come out of a democratic process. So, no, I think in terms of our just national security, is whether a country is a democratic system or a different system, I don't think it necessarily correlates. We can have deep security ties and deep relations with a country that's not a democracy for its own reasons, or within a liberal democracy, like I think Turkey is still a NATO ally, but we have all sorts of problems with Turkey from time to time. And frankly, I've dealt with a lot of our democratic friends who can be very hard to deal with in one way or another. So it's an interesting question, but no, I don't think there's a direct correlation there.
Thank you. And a question here.
Hi, this is not going to take too long. I just wanted to clarify something that was possibly said in your speech and specifically in your bio about the defeat of ISIS. Do you genuinely believe that in this day and age, ISIS has and will be defeated?
Well, it was a caliph. It controlled. It controlled basically its own state, the size of Indiana, 8 million people. It controlled entire cities. It was spreading attacks into Europe, into Paris, into Brussels. I remember I was in Brussels airport the day after the bombing there. I was in Paris shortly after. Over 132 people were killed in the streets of Paris. That was all coming out of Syria. It's coming out of a town called Manbij. They controlled Mosul. I mean, so they were a state. Was that state entity defeated? Yes, no question. They do not control any territory. Is ISIS as an extreme idea still there? Of course. That whole camp was mentioned. This is a camp in which a number of ISIS former fighters and their families still are in this camp, and there's like no answer yet for where they're going to go. But the physical manifestation of what was a serious threat not only to the region, Syrians, to Iraqis, but also to the world, yeah, that was defeated. And I think it was done as about effectively as we could have done it. But no, I mean, this is always do you defeat the idea? The extremist ideas are still there. And that's why battles of ideas still matter.
We have time for one more question from Youssef Chahed.
Thank you very much. Maybe quick comment and question about the U.S. Pushing or promoting democracy in the MENA region. First, I think we can no longer talk about one single MENA region. I mean, there is big differences between oil and non-oil countries. And even within oil countries, you cannot compare UAE to Libya, for example, today. So I think there are big differences now, and we saw that with the Abraham Accord and the Arab Spring, etc., etc. And then, so the argument that if we push too much the governments for democracy, they will turn to Russia and China. I can understand that. But now we are living in a world where you cannot prevent countries to have relation in the West and in the East like before. Today, countries have relation here and there, not like before the Cold War. But then it is, at least for example for Tunisia and other countries, it is an argument used to blackmail the West. So if you push us too much, we'll go to China. Okay, go to China. Ask China to help you with the IMF, with the World Bank. So the world is still under the Western dominance. So then, in the reality, China is helping to build the I don't know, the infrastructure or thing like that. But and here is the point. I think the strategy, if I may, needs to focus to the elite of the Arab world that studied in the U.S. universities, that is Western oriented, that believe in the values, call it democracy or U.S. values or of freedom of speech, etc. And today the risk is that the elite has start to have distrust with the West and the Western values. So I think the mass population, for the moment, they will never be pro-US or go to the street to fight for the US, unfortunately. But the elite is Westernized, is believing in US values or Western value, and the elite is crucial to maintain this relation of trust and to have long partnership with the elite. And it is the role of the elite in their country to educate their people for democracy or for this value. So maintaining this relation today, there is start to be distrust with the elite in the Arab world after all the recent events. So I have just a question about the argument you mentioned that dictatorship, authoritarian regimes finally or at the end help the rise of extremism, and this is what happened after September 11, etc. After September 11. Where we stand with these arguments today? Is it still the argument that you mentioned that was used in 2001 and explained maybe the invasion of Iraq? Where we stand today with this argument that authoritarian regimes are an open door for extremism?
I think the character, again, country by country is very important. So I don't think we should paint with a broad brush. That's critical, what you just said. But it's the character of the country, and then what is the prescription? So the prescription of invading the country and toppling the system I just think was probably flawed. But no, I look at Iran. I mean, Iran is a serious problem, and like I have negotiated with Iran, I've done deals with Iran, I've been involved in almost armed conflicts with Iranian proxies. I mean, I've seen it from all manifestations. And after October 7th, it wasn't a Gaza crisis, it was a regional crisis with a multi-front war that Iran was like stoking and enabling. And so like Iran, to me, is a serious problem. We should want that regime to change using various tools we have. That doesn't mean like a military invasion. But the idea that it's just lack of democracy per se that leads to these threats, I think that argument that as I said before, my experience in going to Iraq and seeing it up hand for 2 decades, I kind of found compelling after 9/11. I think that argument is flawed. You just have to be more sophisticated looking at it, and it's country by country. But Iran, I just want to leave it there. I mean, Iran is this year in Iran, just for if you're Middle East watchers, is a big year because we have the nuclear deal from the Obama years actually does come to an end in October because it's snapback ability to put sanctions back on. So you're either going to have a resolution to that by October, the nuclear crisis, or you're going to have a nuclear crisis. And it is coming fast. And so keep an eye on that.
So we are going to adjourn at this point and resume again tomorrow morning at 8:15 for breakfast, 8:45 for our first session. But first, I just want to take this moment to thank our panelists and our keynote speaker in particular for sharing his personal reflections, his very genuine experiences, and his insight from decades working in this field that a lot of us are theorizing about and perhaps visiting. But we admire your willingness and your ability to convey your experience and are grateful for that. Thanks also to Steve and Simon for your excellent and incisive questions, and of course to Youssef Chahed for joining. But please join me in thanking our keynote and panelists.